I cannot commit to this.
I mean, if you were in the car behind and your Israel Cycling Academy or your Lotto Soudal, what would your thoughts be at this point?
Don't let this group get too far ahead. It's slightly harder to control things, and certainly for Mitchelton Scott, they're on the front. It's at 2:15. They won't want this to get out too much. There's a lot of racing to be done, but with the climbs, as I mentioned, the climbs are where they can bring the time back. But there's a lot of downhill, and that's where, so they're limited in certain respect to the amount of time that they've actually got to bring this group back or bring it down. I think the racing will probably take care of itself later on, when we'll see a lot more fatigue within the peloton. There'll be a trimming down of that peloton. The cream will quite literally rise to the top today. And then when the racing gets underway, that's where we'll probably see the gap start to come down, as opposed to an actual kind of an insistence of the chase for these three riders. Just the speed of the race behind could very well bring it together.
We've got about 1 kilometre to go now to the top of the climb. Eddie Dunbar on the front with his teammate Dylan van Baarle right on the wheel. So can this Breakaway trio, they're going out to 2 minutes and 25 seconds. I would say we want to give them much more than this if they can. We'll see if any of these riders start to target the King of the Mountains jersey. Jack Bauer, that style all of his own, just knocking out that steady rhythm now on the front. Jacob Scott's moving up as well in the black jersey as the King of the Mountains. So remember, there's still points on offer. We've got 3 riders up there in the Breakaway group. For the Swift Carbon Pro Cycling rider that's wearing that jersey, he's still got 4th place that he can battle it out for this one. So Jake Scott, again, we saw him earlier on in the week as well. He's got to be very vigilant. He's got to really go for these sprints as well, and not try and be too subtle about them if he can.
Yeah, I think he relaxed on one the other day, didn't he? And just got pipped on the line. But today he's going to be trying for the 4th place at the top. Mitchelton Scott probably will let him go, but you don't know if any of the other teams are going to try and go with him.
He's got a nice advantage, 31 points back to Dries de Bont on 18. But yeah, he's just got to make the most of the points that are on offer today.
I think maybe those two will be going for it amongst themselves, and they'll just clip off the front.
I would imagine so, but looks relatively calm and relaxed. Sunderland lads out on the bikes.
Yeah, lots of people you can see riding out to the stages here. Trentin and Chimolai just alongside each other. Just trying to listen in. So, see the bit of chat going on here amongst the 2 riders in the group there. Let's see whether Trentin and is trying to persuade Chimolai to potentially put a rider up there to help with the chase. Up towards the summit now. Eddie Dunbar is on the front. Domon perhaps will fancy his chances of the King of the Mountains jersey. Looks like he's going to go for a sprint here. So the AG2R Le Mondial rider just moves up alongside Eddie Dunbar. No, the ride through in the 3 looked like he was about to launch one there. Got a little bit squeezed on the inside. So Dunbar, Van Baarle and Domon go over the top of there.
Yeah, just happy and content to keep momentum, keep that going. And here we can see, obviously over the top, then got the descent. And this is the point where the chasing peloton, they're limited to what they can do. As it stands at the moment, the gap is actually going out. It was 2:22 not long ago. It's now up to 2:43.
So caution there, steep descent coming up for the riders. I'm sure we'll see the peloton get to that King of the Mountains point behind. Dylan van Baarle, Axel Domont and Eddie Dunbar pressing on here. This is one of these days, as say, just quote Trent, we're hitting 80 kilometers an hour now on this descent with Van Baarle on the front.
And that's without pedaling, and that's the thing. Even for the fresher teams further back later on in the race, you get to a point like this, you can't bring any time back. You can only go so fast.
Yeah, you could go fast downhill, Rob, couldn't you? Very fast.
I had my moments. Well, you know, what goes up slow must come down very quick, and I had to, because the trouble was I was very rarely on a descent out the front. It was normally coming through the vehicles, trying to get myself back into contention with you lot. You made my life.
I wouldn't say you lot, 'cause I wasn't the best climber, Rob. Come on.
Step outside now. I'm going to tell you how hard you made my life on so many occasions on these horrible British roads, up and down, up and down.
Yeah, but I remember coming to your side of the story and riding Team Pursuit with you guys, and yeah, I was drafted.
You held your own, I tell you. You held your own.
I drafted in from Endurance to Team Pursuit, and yeah, that was a painful week.
I wore baggy socks for him, gave him a little bit more slipstreaming down behind, down there.
That must be, again, it's something that, you know, when you look at riders and you see, you talk about it quite a bit in terms of how much shelter a shorter rider actually gets behind a taller rider and vice versa. Because a lot of the time, as you said, Rob, if you're a smaller rider sitting behind, say, Connor Dunn in this peloton, you're not actually going to get an awful lot of shelter because you're not actually sitting too much behind the body.
You still get a decent, you'd much rather be behind, as we see Jacob Scott just going on the attack. Is that De Bont just going clear?
It is.
Now the sprint for the next place is fourth place is on offer. Dries De Bont takes that from Jacob Scott. Eduardo Affini leads Mitchelton Scott over the top of that one. So Dries De Bont coming into this race on really good form there. And he takes points in that classification. So De Bont 18 points to Jacob Scott's 31. The battles for these intermediate competitions. The King of the Mountains carries a lot of prestige. There's the slow-mo. De Bont leads over the top there for Corendon Circus. So there's the sprint. So Jacob Scott spies Dries De Bont going for the points at the top. He managed to get into his slipstream. Both of these riders in that breakaway group yesterday, they have some tired legs. 2 minutes and 50 seconds is your time gap. Our next climb will come with 115.2 to go. That's the Summit Bollyhop Common. We're going to take a short break. Back soon.
Good, yeah. Good advance, yeah.
Welcome back to stage 4 of the Over Energy Tour of Britain. Flying over Derwent Reservoir, a breakaway trio. You can see from the time gap at the top there, 2 minutes and 37 seconds. That was Snod's Edge, the Category 2 King of the Mountains. Eddie Dunbar riding over the summit there. More importantly, the battle in 4th and 5th there between Dries de Bont and Jacob Scott. They have been in multiple days in the breakaways. Russ Downing and Rob Hales with me, guys. There is a definite sense of panic creeping in to the front of this chase here.
Yeah, we just see another team coming to the front there to help out. So yeah, they are going to be thinking, right, what do we need to do to keep this pegged?
Yeah, this terrain it's much harder to control things, especially when you've got the likes of these 3 up the road, and 2 from Ineos with Van Baal. He can really, he can afford to dig deeper. I would imagine we're surmising a little bit, but looking at on paper, it would be Dunbar, who's the GC rider, him along with Sivakov, who's nice, sat back in the peloton, not having to do too much work, obviously just follow the wheels, get himself over the climbs, but not having to commit to anything. Van Baal, his finish line doesn't actually have to be here at Kendal. He can ride further into the race, or harder than the other guys, just for Dunbar, just to help keep him out there. And I think they know that, they realise that. Mitchelton Scott, we did see a little bit of a chat earlier with Matteo Trentin, with 1 or 2 of the riders. Chimolai was having a bit of a chat. I don't think he was asking Chimolai to ride himself. but yeah, be interesting to hear some of the conversations of what's gone on out in the peloton and in the cars.
Well, we can do that now. We're going to cross to the Ineos team car with Gabriel Rasch. Gabriel, morning. This race, right from the gun here, you must be pretty happy with how this is going so far.
Yeah, well, we were hoping for a bigger group, really, but yeah, we decided to race aggressive today because it's a pretty hard day. So we'll try our best to put Trentin and the rest of the guys under pressure.
Looking at this gap at the moment, we're starting to see quite a few more teams coming up. 2 minutes and 43 seconds. What sort of gap do you think these guys need to have? We're sort of saying in the commentary box, if they hit sort of 3.5, 4 minutes, this group potentially isn't coming back today.
Yeah, well, I think in the front we got 2 guys there, so I think for us, if we can keep the gap around this distance and then save Van Baal a bit towards the end, I think our only chance is to surprise a little bit in the end of the race, because it's going to be a hard final, and it could be that they start racing in the back of the peloton as well towards the finish on those small roads, you know. So we need at least one of those guys in the front to be a bit fresh towards the end.
We're quite excited at the moment. Team Ineos, you seem to be very much in a build phase with a lot of your younger riders. Pavel Sivakov being one of them. This is a race, the way Pavel's developed so far this year. This is definitely a race, and especially a tough stage like today, that could really suit his abilities, would you say?
Yeah, I think so. He's been working on getting better on shorter efforts towards the end of this season, because like races like Tour of Poland, Tour of Britain is shorter climbs and being a bit more explosive, and with the time trial coming up as well, the race suits him well.
And you mentioned there that the shorter efforts that Pavel's been working on, that's this sort of terrain, isn't it? It's not the big, long climbs, 30-minute, 40-minute mountain passes that we have. And you mentioned the shorter climbs and the descents. How much harder is it on a day like this for the peloton to control things and control a break than the usual kind of Alpine or Pyrenean or the other kinds of stages?
Well, I think, yeah, it's definitely tougher to control, because it's on the wheels it's more people who's good in this terrain, and it's more rest in between, and it's more people who are able to attack, you know. It's easier to stay on the wheels and up and down the whole day, and you kind of, when you're pulling, you're more in the red zone, I think, than if you're pulling in the long mountains. You can kind of stay in control and stay on the low threshold, and you can do those small spikes. But when it's up and down the whole day, short efforts, and you always go a bit over your threshold, then eventually you're going to pay the price towards the end.
Okay, we'll let you concentrate, Gabriel. Thanks for joining us. We're enjoying seeing both the Team Ineos guys out there. Have a good rest of the day.
Thank you.
We'll also bid farewell to Russ Downing. He'll try and join us a little bit later on. Thanks again for Russ's input.
Thanks a lot, guys.
2 minutes and 36 seconds. Eddie Dunbar, Dylan Van Baarle, Axel Domon. Can they stay away? They are really setting this stage alight today here on the Queen stage of the Tour of Britain. Attack now. Can he hang on in the OVO Energy Tour of Britain? Is he going to take the stage? Yes, he is.
It was a wet peloton that rolled out of Berwick-upon-Tweed for the first English stage of this year's OVO Energy Tour of Britain. As usual, there were fireworks from the off, and it looked like 8 riders had got away, only to then be pulled back. Then half a dozen did escape, including Harry Tanfield and Rory Townsend, who was looking to reclaim his red Iceberg Sprints jersey. Jacob Scott was also there once again and consolidated his position with 2 wins on the Skoda King of the Mountains climbs. After the first sprint at Seahouses, everything came to an abrupt halt, with half the riders on one side of a level crossing and the rest the other. After waiting for more than 12 minutes, the race was neutralised. Everyone was brought back together. The breakaway then set off again, and nearly 4 minutes later, the chase was on. The last sprint was ignored as the hunted went all in for the stage win. The hunters were now strung out in a huge line trying to reel them in, and with the kilometres ticking down, it was looking touch and go. The catch did finally come on the banks of the River Tyne, leaving only the steep climb of Grey Street to negotiate. But who out of the pre-race favourites would prevail?
Dylan Groenewegen has got the front. Groenewegen is riding away. Is he going to take this one? Van der Poel kicks to try and come back, but Dylan Groenewegen, you would say against the odds, Dylan Groenewegen takes the stage victory.
An incredibly strong effort from the Dutchman to claim his second stage win this year, with Matteo Trentin still in the OVO Energy green jersey, but only by 7 seconds from David Chimolai, with Mathieu van der Poel now up to third place. The peloton heads towards the first iceberg sprint at Wickham and onto the first climb of the day at Snod's Edge. The riders then cross the North Pennines with the ascent of the Cat 1 Bollyhope Common. On a day of almost 3,000 metres of climbing, the final Skoda King of the Mountain points can be found on the Cat 3 ascent of Gawthron. That's not the end of the climbing though, with a finish in Kendal up the 11% climb of Beast Banks.
It's a tough day for the riders. Stage 4, the Queen stage, you could call it, of this year's OVO Energy Tour of Britain. 173.2 kilometres you saw there from Gateshead to Kendal. Let's bring you up to speed with how the stage has panned out so far. Rolling out from Gateshead, former European City of Sport, through kilometre 0. Mark Cavendish had a bit of a mechanical in the neutralise, so they slowed it momentarily to allow him to get back on past the Angel of the North. Lots of attacks initially on the stage to try and get into that breakaway of the day. Dries de Bont, Rory Townsend, both keen to get into the moves, as was Jacob Scott. It was Team Ineos, though. Ben Swift had been marshalling the moves, but Dylan van Baarle going off the front with Axel Daumont of AG2R Le Mondial through the first iceberg intermediate sprint of the day. It was Dylan van Baarle that took the 3 bonus seconds. Daumont happy to just let the Ineos rider move through on that. Matteo Trentin crossing the line in third, just ahead of Ben Swift, the British National Road Race champion. Then across the gap like a rocket came the Irishman Eddie Dunbar. He latched on at the bottom of the King of the Mountains at Snod's Edge, a category 2 climb. This gave advantage to Ineos. Dunbar crested the summit ahead of Van Baarle and Daumont, just keeping the fluidity of the breakaway going. No sprints for the top of that. Behind, though, the battle for the King of the Mountains. Dries de Bont out sprinting Jacob Scott to take 4th place. Going into the stage, Scott leading with 31 points. 123.6 kilometers to go. 2 minutes and 46 seconds is the time gap. It's Matteo Trentin's Mitchelton Scott team that are working hard on the front of the peloton. Still our trio of leaders, Van Baarle and Dunbar of Ineos, Axel Daumont for AG2R Le Mondial. Behind in the peloton, though, Rob Hales, the Corendon Circus team, have started to put riders up to assist with the chase.
Yeah, and I think it's evident, really, that Mitchelton Scott need a little bit more help. I think still 123k to go, but we've got a lot of ascents, a lot of climbing to come, and it's going to be difficult for Mitchelton Scott to control this on their own. I feel we do have the second categorised climb coming up fairly soon. It tops out at 115.2k to go. It's a first category climb, 4.1 kilometres in length, 7.8% average, so it's a difficult one, and I think that's, once they get over the top of that, they'll probably reassess things and just see how they move on and where they go from there. They've got to take it climb at a time, but get that one out of the way. That's kind of the biggest obstacle, really, or certainly the biggest obstacle that is categorised. But it's just constantly up and down. There's not an atom of flat on today's course, and here we can see with a lot of the descents as well, that limits the amount of time and the distance that the peloton has to bring these riders back, because you can only go so fast. Even if you're fresher, once you run out of gears, you've just got to let gravity do its thing.
Dylan van Baarle, you can see there, in excess of 70 kilometres an hour on this one. We are in the North Pennines here, the area of our outstanding natural beauty. Only the Cotswolds is bigger. It's the second largest of these AONB family. It's bigger than all but 2 of the English and Welsh national parks. Only the Lake District and Snowdonia are bigger. And it's this distinctive landscape that they're riding across here, the high moorland and upland dales. It's one of the most remote and unspoiled places in England. This gap here, so they're holding it to 53. And this strong group, Dunbar, Van Baal, and Domon, they're doing the right thing, that group behind. I think, Matt, we're seeing Mathieu van der Poel in the peloton as well, coming through towards the front. He's got Lasse Norman Hansen up in that chase as well. I'm almost surprised, I don't know if you are, that we're not seeing more teams getting up here and assisting in the chase. We've just got Mitchelton Scott and Corridor Circus. I know there's always that game, that little game that you play. You've got to play the game. You're trying to keep your riders back for as long as possible. But as we've said a little bit earlier on, if this gap goes out, if the 3.5 minutes, the combination of this group on the terrain that we've got here, these riders, this could go all the way to the finish. We've seen it previously, haven't we, in the stages on the Tour of Britain?
Yeah, and it just makes things harder for the chasing peloton. But I think we'll have several teams who, they are, like you say, they're just sitting and waiting. Get this next climb out of the way, the next categorised climb, and then they'll have a look at it and see what happens. Maybe put 1 or 2 riders up. But for now, they're happy with what's going on. Obviously, Mitchelton Scott, they've got plenty of riders up towards the front. But once they start to lose 1 or 2 of them later on in the race, then I think that's where we'll see the potential for other teams to come through as the riders just negotiate this tight right-hander. Okay for the 3 riders, but for the peloton, just a little bit harder, especially the further back down you go. Great crowds again. As normal, the crowds out there on the occasions when the race comes through. Schools in particular, we mention the schools all the time, don't we? I absolutely love it.
The riders do as well, though, don't they? It's one thing that international riders always take away from racing when they come here is the noise. Heading towards the next Skoda King of the Mountains point of the day, and that is Bollyhope Common. And, we're not far from the start of the next climb. These riders, though, they're not too worried about this one. It's a Category 1 climb, and we have maximum gradients on this one of 16.4%. So does kick up a little bit more than others. Eddie Dunbar might want that energy gel a little bit later on. Unfortunately, falling out of his pocket there.
At least he's got the vehicle with him. That's the other thing that you've got to look at today. 3 riders up front, vehicles are there, and you've got them pretty much at will. But in the peloton, you're reliant more so on static feeds from the side of the road. If you're having to drop back to the vehicle, it's behind the peloton, then it's just so much harder on this terrain. It's not like you can just drop back and then ride up the outside of the peloton. And you've got to pick your moments, and there aren't that many opportunities today to be able to do that. Not in the way that would make it easier for the rider.
Whereas big old gap, because you want to go back to the team car from the peloton. They've got to go all the way back through the peloton and work your way back up towards the front. Into the second King of the Mountains point of the day, Bollyhope Common, 4.1 kilometers in length, the average gradient of 7.8%. So as we said, that kicks up to 16.4. So this is a Category 1 climb. We saw over the first one of the day, though, Rob, that we didn't have any battle at the top. So the likes of Eddie Dunbar took the first maximum points. And this is where you kind of take that, almost, you start challenging for that jersey by stealth, in a way, just by keeping the pace high on the front.
Just by being up there. Totally. I think they're more committed, and rightly so, to the job in hand, which is trying to keep this group out as far as they can, as far forward, and keep that distance. 2:51. It's starting to touch up towards the 3-minute mark. But yeah, it's not about the intermediate mountains preem for any of these guys. Certainly not at the moment. It's they've got their job to do, and look at that, how steep that is out the saddle, around that bend. This is difficult terrain here, and well, this is where if you're back in the peloton, languishing down towards the back, if you're already starting to struggle, then this is where you are really going to, well, it's just going to show.
This is such a British climb, isn't it, this one?
There's a hill, let's build a road straight up it.
Yeah, some countries, yeah, I love the way they built our roads. Domon on the front here, just keeping that rhythm, keeping that tempo for AG2R Le Mondial. As Rob said, that might start to pose some issues for that group behind. As you go through that section, do you feel as the peloton get to that point, we might start to see a few of the other riders just to start having a little testing dig on some of these climbs?
Yeah, it could be where a selection's made, but again, it's just so much racing to go over the back of this climb. So it tops out in 3 kilometers or so. So still plenty of opportunities.
Everyone making their way out onto the climb. Good ride outs this morning. And these riders again just knocking out their rhythms, keeping the tempo. Domon for AG2R Le Mondial. So good to see him up there. And in the breakaway group today, we've seen very much a lot of the smaller continental teams and some of the pro-continental teams in the breakaways on previous days. Now it's up to the bigger teams, AG2R Le Mondial, Team Ineos, to start to make the race. These are the decisive days where anyone has got designs on taking this race overall on stage 8 into Manchester really have to start showing themselves at the front, and that's exactly what this group have done. Eddie Dunbar here, the Irish rider for Team Ineos, is making great strides since he joined that team. Good for him as well to have the experience in here of Dylan van Baarle, as we said, a former winner of this race overall. The summit of this climb comes with 115.2 kilometers to go, so still a fair bit of climbing. Back to the front of the peloton, they start now the climb. Lasse Norman Hansen is the rider on the front here for Corendon Circus. You just see the figure there of Mathieu van der Poel in the red and white, right on the back of the Mitchelton Scott train. Now working on the front, Van Baarle looking very calm, very collected here on this climb, just keeps that rhythm. Lasse Norman Hansen here. Let's have a look down the group. Does anyone fancy their chances of making a little move on this one? Everyone just glancing up the climb now as they hit those steeper slopes. And again, the inside of that corner is not where you want to be.
Nasty, it's the steepest section, and just a little bit of shouting there. I'm not sure, can't quite hear if that's the crowd just urging the riders on, or if it's some of the Mitchelton Scott riders just trying to ease down Lasse Norman Hansen on the front, because what you can't afford to do is go too hard on these climbs. You've got to deliver it evenly, but what you don't want to do is hurt the riders behind, because at the moment, Corendon Circus, they've got Mitchelton Scott as essentially their teammates. They've got the same outlook for the end of today in terms of actually keeping this group at bay, or keeping them within striking distance. But we can see Hansen just zigzagging just a little bit, swaying over that steeper section of the road.
He's got a little weave going on. There's Davide Cimolai in that light blue points jersey there, and your race leader, your general classification leader, Matteo Trentin. That gap there, you can see there the 10% sign. But these steep climbs, Eduardo Affini and Jack Bauer, Luke Durbridge, Alex Edmondson and Cameron Mayer there, the riders that Matteo Trentin has. Back to the head of the race, 250. Dunbar out of the saddle on the front here for Team Ineos. So you can see just how big that gap is. No one in sight on this climb. When you start to get up to that sort of 3-minute mark, then you really are sort of out of sight.
Most definitely. But doing a good job now of evening things out. They're pretty much traveling the same speed on the road. Peloton, as opposed to the 3 out front, they're just holding it there at 250. They don't want it to go out too much further. It just gives them so much more work to do.
Looking up towards the summit of the climb, and this tempo being held nicely. Dunbar and Van Baarle Will Domont decided he wants to potentially challenge for the King of the Mountains jersey. This is a Cat 1, the length and severity of the climb. Gives you 10 points at the top of this one. $115.8 to go. Are we going to have a bit of a battle at the top? Look at the way the climb just snakes up towards the summit here, the North Pennines. Domont just moves across to the left. Again, I think for Domont in this one, it's having that secondary target here of the King of the Mountains in this race could be a good target for him.
Most definitely, definitely, and putting himself in the move here. And that's the thing, you've got kind of different outlooks, I would imagine. For Ineos, it's all about the general classification, but for Domont, it's a little bit different for him. So yeah, the points could come into play.
There's the summit, the barriers, the banners at the top. Dunbar still keeping the pressure on the front here. Dylan van Baarle just shaking out his hands on this climb. Domont just on the outside here. You can just see again the way the wind's coming across this climb. They're just fanning out a little bit. Domont out of the saddle. We saw him do this previously. It looked like he was going to have a real charge for the top, and in the end he didn't. Moves through towards the front, has a glance across there at Eddie Dunbar. A little bit of a chat as he goes through. And Domont and Dunbar, as they go towards the summit here, having a discussion about whether he can take the points at the top. Domont comes through and takes maximum points over the top of this one. Dunbar and Van Baarle ride through next. It's not something you see all the time, is it? Having a bit of a chat as you're going for the sprint at the top.
Bit of a chin wag, but what he did there, he did the right thing. He came across, and it's had no detrimental effect on the group itself. It's not like he's put a move in and disrupted the rhythm. He's kept that. He came up on the left-hand side as well, away from the wind. Had maximum protection there for him, and so yeah, it's a good move as we go back. Hansen still on the front, and this is a little bit more like it for a rider like him as it levels off. We can see that wind just having a little bit of an effect, and well, that's not a nice view for many riders, where you can see so far and you see what you've got to do. A little bit of a descent between here and there.
Again, we're so used to going over the top of a mountain, riders, long descent. And again, this is, as we've talked today, the uncategorized climbs that we've got along the route. It
keeps coming, yeah. And obviously, not too many out on the roads here. Plenty of people back home.
It's the sort of day that just snaps your legs off, isn't it?
Yes.
It does.
Unfortunately, it does.
It just breaks you.
It hurts. And talking to people watching at home, young Ethan back watching with his dad. There's something very special about Ethan.
Is there?
His name is Hales. Hayles. Not the more common derivatives. So have to have a check. Might be a long-lost cousin.
You never know.
Hope you're enjoying anyway, Ethan.
Yeah, definitely. So here we go. You go over the top of that climb, then we start to climb again. So those efforts that riders might make as well for the top of the King of the Mountains, the points, and then it's these next sections where the road just kicks up again, and you can see just sort of how steep these sections are beyond the actual climb. And again, still going here. You could almost potentially have put the King of the Mountains point at the top of that bit. Little short descent in between. Back to the front of the peloton. Just seeing Swift Carbon Pro Cycling coming through, which is a good thing. Dries de Bont, though, goes down the left-hand side of the peloton. Jacob Scott was getting brought up towards the front by his teammates. Dries de Bont saw that as well. I was just about to say it was good to see Swift Carbon starting to do some work for Jacob Scott, but this time Jacob Scott gets the better of Dries de Bont. This battle is great to see.
Well, reverse the losses from the previous climb. In fact, gained a few with the points on offer.
So Lasse Norman Hansen is going to go over the top there with Affini and Bauer right on the wheel. I was just about to say that Swift Carbon could do with starting to do some efforts, if they could, on the front for Jacob Scott, because at the moment he is riding this King of the Mountains challenge alone.
That's the thing. It's what the riders, what your teammates have got, isn't it? The capabilities of them. If they can, then I think they would. But he's doing a decent job of it himself, to be fair.
Between back to the front. Oh.
So there's Hansen there. Let's have a little look at the replay here. There's De Bont has a glance across there. That was me in slow motion as well. Just doesn't sound any different, really, does it? Dries De Bont sprinting out. Jacob Scott gets into the slipstream and it comes past. I think we've got a great battle for this King of the Mountains jersey. As the race goes on, we are over the top of our second categorized climb of the day. Many more to come. The gap just under 3 minutes from our 3 leaders. So they are just holding this gap now, just under that 3-minute mark. Dylan van Baarle, Axel Domont, and Eddie Dunbar. We've not seen any big attacks on that climb. So we go over the top of Polyhope Common, clip down, back up. It is pretty, we've got a big climb coming as well after this through the feeding station, and then it's uncategorized, but on the road book it's as severe as the sections that we've got. Looking at the back end of the stage as well, going through Kirkby Stephen in the intermediate sprint, then down through Sebra and then up to Gorthorpe for the final Cat 3 climb of the day. Almost looking at the profile, this uncategorized section coming next, almost looks like where you really potentially might feel that having a go on this if you want to try and thin this peloton out a little bit.
That's it. That's the thing, is picking your moments and picking the point in the race. Still 111k to go, just over for the lead riders. Obviously in 3 minutes back now. This is the maximum, and it just nips over the 3-minute marker. So it is getting to that point where they really do need to just be aware, I think. The chasing riders are working well together, but still 2.5 hours or so of racing to be done.
You can see the gearing on the riders' bikes. It must help riders as well now with with having 11 sprockets on the back.
Well, it does, and there you can see the difference, the different styles done by. When you look at the cadence, they're pretty much bang on. They're slightly quicker, I think, for Eddie Dunbar, but he's down on the small ring, whereas Van Baarle has opted for the bigger chain ring, but obviously just a little bit further up on the sprockets. That's kind of, certainly for the bigger rider, that's kind of preferred. It just smooths things out a little bit. But there's no right, there's no wrong. You'd have thought that either of them would have known what they're doing, but different style. And now finally, as the speed goes up, Dunbar just bangs it across, grabs a handful of left gear lever and chucks it up onto the big chainring.
Domont as well has got the big ceramic speed jockey wheels as well, which are growing in popularity as well.
They are. It's all allegedly to do with friction, and when you got the old school jockey wheels that didn't have bearings in them, so they were more like a bush, weren't they, a brass bush.
Yeah.
And I think especially the higher the speed you get slightly more drag on that. It's dare I say it, marginal. It's small, but every little bit helps.
It does
something
indeed.
else to spend your money on.
It is. There's Mathieu van der Poel just on the wheel here, just to the side of Matteo Trentin. You can see the direction that the wind is coming from for the riders, just coming from their right shoulder. Just spread across the road here. There's Cam Mayer just right in front of Matteo Trentin. There's a few riders down the back here that are just starting to bob and weave just a little bit. Some of the Great Britain national team riders. There's Rory Townsend. Ethan Vernon is the rider right on his wheel. Rory Townsend on the attack multiple days, and indeed yesterday, where they almost went all the way to the finish. Canyon DHB, so quite a few of the British Continental Team riders and the British national team down the back of the group. Quite noticeable Gallopan quite far down the peloton at the moment for AG2R Le Mondial.
I think they're just happy with how things are going, and I think they realise there's not going to be too much action at this point in the race. But the further into the stage they go, the closer to the finish, the further up towards the front they have to be.
Still climbing, you can see the King of the Mountains point behind the riders, a very short descent, and then the road, it kicks up again on the North Pennines. A stage here, stage 4, between Gateshead and Kendal. Still a 110.3 kilometers to go. 3 minutes and 12 seconds is the time gap. You can see though, Rob, the effort on the faces of Eduardo Affini here. We saw it with Lasse Norman Hansen in the red and white there of Corendon Circus to be knocking out this tempo this far out from the finish. I think when we look later on come the finish.
2 days on a bounce as well.
Yeah, I think there's going to be, for those domestiques, there's to be some big time gaps rolling in towards the finish today.
There's going to be some very sore, extremely tired riders at the end of today's stage. That's a certainty. Yep, big shift by those riders, and they will more than welcome any other team coming up to aid and abet the chase. 3:13 it is, going out just a little bit as we go back to riders further back down. It's a long line here. We can see wind coming across from the right hand side.
Number 66 there, Julien Vermotte. The last time we came here into Kendal, it was him that took the stage victory, and he led this race overall until he finally succumbed to the challenge of Stephen Cummings, and now teammates in that team. He hasn't quite, since he moved to Dimension Data from what was Quickstep. He hasn't quite found that form again.
No, I mean a lot of the British public will know Julien Vermotte because he is one of the riders who, like we've seen Jack Bauer here and some of the others, spent so much time on the front when he was in Quickstep. Just he was kind of the guy who sat on the front for tens and quite literally hundreds of kilometers throughout races, just on the front, on his own, not looking for anybody else to come and help him, just to maintain the advantage, or at least hold on to any advantage that a break has, bring it back, waiting for the real lead outs. And it was all for Mark Cavendish, his teammate, when he was at Quickstep.
So looking at the way the wind direction has shifted as the day's gone on. When we looked a little bit earlier on, as Mark Renshaw, the lead out man for Mark Cavendish, hanging up his wheels at the end of this season. Mark Renshaw, bit of a blow for Mark Cavendish. You got to do it at some point, though, haven't you? Yes,
yeah, and unfortunately, time is against everyone. But what a career! You look at the Palmares of Renshaw, but then overlay that with the Palmares of the man that he's looked out and looked after for most of his career. Mark Cavendish has been one of the most successful duos, successful pairings on the road.
We have indeed. So the wind, after Bollyhop Common, the riders have almost got sort of cross headwinds and headwinds now. The wind has kind of shifted all the way round from this morning. Looking at the wind maps earlier on in the day, we had sort of crosswinds coming in from the left, but now looking at the way that the weather maps have changed and the wind direction has changed, it's blowing straight in across Kendal, which means that we're starting to get headwinds for a lot of this and the little tiny shifts in direction, you can see now why these riders are starting to dig in and start to form the echelons at the front.
Yeah, they're having to work just a little bit harder. It will. It's the one thing that might go against these three out front, the fact that they're going to have to push through that. There isn't a lot of anything, but obviously here, especially when they're elevated, it's extremely exposed coming from that side and in front of them. So whatever wind there is will be hitting them with pretty much the full force. But it's fortunately for them, it's not overly windy out there.
When you're in the position that Axel Domon is in that breakaway group, though, with two riders from Team Ineos, at this point it's fine, isn't it? Because you've got to work together. Cycling's quite a strange sport in that way. Early on, you get away, you form a team partnership in a way. You've all got to work together. You've all got to work equally to get that gap, to hold that gap and maintain it for as long as possible. You want to go all the way to the finish. That's why you get into a breakaway. No one ever attacks and gets in a break thinking, you know, most of the time, I'm just going to ride off the front. I know I'm going to get caught, but I'm just going to sit out here. That's never the objective as a bike rider. But then as this stage goes on for Domon, this is the point when you're in there with two riders from the same team. There must at some point in your mind shift, do you know what? I'm going to let these two do most of the work because he's in there and he's combining.
There may be a little bit of a discussion as well. At the moment, it's too early to have any kind of talk. But later on, if it looks like the three of them could stay away, then what you might find as we go back to, two-stage wins yesterday. What a win by Dylan Groenewegen. He's not going to be putting his hands in the air today. That's a certainty. But having to work extremely hard. Koen Bowman, who has done so much work in the lead-outs and in the riding earlier on in the stages for Jumbo-Visma. So a lot of riders struggling at the back and they're really having to take the strain. But yeah, when you look at the three up front, there might be a little bit of a trade-off. And you say, all right, okay, I will ride here. Don't want it on the back. I'll ride with you, but I want the stage win. I need the stage win, and so there might be a little bit of a discussion because also what you've got to look at is the fact, well, if AG2R Mondial have any sort of vision on the lead and on winning this race overall, then what they don't want to do is to have their teammate, team rider, up the front, actually helping Team Ineos win the race with either of these riders. Van Baarle obviously having won before, Dunbar looking at this sort of terrain as well. And the thing is, when you look at the time trial, maybe it's about Dylan Van Baarle. They've got two very good options, and so what AG2R Mondial won't want to do is help another team to do that. So there may be a little bit of a trade-off.
Sweeping roads here, 3:26. Our gap goes out to as we head towards that all-important first, you would say, mental point of the day where you just mentally say, right, through 100 kilometers to go, just tick that one off in your mind. So that gap now up to 3:26. The way it went quite quickly, established 18 seconds, 149, just inside 150 kilometers to go. It was 1:31. Bolly Hope Common, Category 1. Axel Domon takes 10, Dunbar, Van Baarle. Then it was Jacob Scott out-sprinted Dries de Bont. He took 7 in that competition. Ed Laverick, the teammate of Jacob Scott, getting up there and taking 1 point in 10th. Our breakaway group working nicely together here. This gap now, 3:25. As we said a little bit earlier on, it's difficult to control on a day such as this. Severe terrain that you've got as you go across the country from Gateshead to Kendal. You can see these long, steep climbs that we've got today. A lot for these riders to deal with. It's a tough one for the riders behind in terms of managing that tempo. 60 kilometers an hour, you can see, is the speed at the back of the peloton. James Fouché there for Wiggins Lecole. And these riders as well, you just see a little signal to each other there. It's steep descents, very tight corners as well for them. Teish Benoot, number 131 there in the red and white of Lotto Soudal, just moving up. Teish Benoot, rider that we would expect to be up there come the end of the stage today. A lot of expectation on his shoulders as well. Jasper de Boist, his teammate, would say out the two of them, Teish Benoot, the better climber of that combination. Connor Swift, another rider that we can watch out for today as well. The Great Britain national team rider lies his trade with Arkea Samsic. They've brought him back into the team of the Great Britain national team for this race. You see the commissaires and the officials all out with the stopwatch and the notes on the dashboard. I'd say if this gap goes out to 4 minutes, they're going to have to start thinking about this one as we dip in inside 100k to go.
Well, never say never, but yeah, it would just give any of these riders here such a much harder task. The only thing is, obviously, the bigger the gap for the riders out front, the harder they're having to work to get that. So they will fatigue, and ordinarily you would expect them to slow down at the back end of the race, whereas riders here in the peloton, they're doing less work. Those on the front are doing most of the work. As you see, Lasse Norma Hansen here on the front still, but it's not about the finish for him. It's about his teammates in the peloton just being protected from the wind and being shielded from that workload.
I don't think you would say when those guys like Lasse Norman Hansen that signed for this team, where this team is now, the excitement and the attention around Corendon Circus, which was essentially a cyclocross team. And we saw them, they were a continental level team. We saw them.
It's not a bad start, is it, these days, for being successful on the road?
Yeah, definitely. And I think as well, there's a bit of combination changing potentially of sponsors going forward as well in terms of the Corendon. I think they're a holiday company, flight company, Corendon. I think they've combined with Sunweb, and there might be a few different changes of sponsors. But I think, yeah, inspired team signing for the likes of Lasse Norman Hansen. Last year, as we said, they were a smaller team. We saw them in races like the Arctic Race in Norway, where Mathieu van der Poel started to take some wins. But then essentially, a lot of their road program was preparing for the cyclocross season. And then all of a sudden, we're starting to grow into probably a team that's got so much focus on it wherever they go. Yeah,
and Lasse Norma Hansen, I don't know off the top of my head his cyclocross credentials, but on the track, different. And that's the thing, is having an evenly kind of spread abilities within a team, and that's what you need. Is those who can. Obviously, you need your climbers, you need your rulers for the flat, and I just need a little bit of fluid here, and a lot of calories being burnt by these riders.
And he's down to one bottle here, so he's trying to get rid of those. And again, on a day like this. Three minutes 23, just over 101 kilometers to go. Dylan van Baarle, Eddie Dunbar, and Axel Dermont of AG2R Mondial on the back of the group here, just looking for a bottle, looking for a little bit of fluid. We're seeing a lot of, in the breakaway as well, Rob, the riders just having that one bottle on the bike as well. They're very mindful of the extra weight to carry here today, potentially.
And the thing is, they've got the team vehicle with them, so they can. It doesn't matter. They can afford to just have the one bottle, and if they run low, the team car's there straight away for them. For the riders back in the peloton, one or two would opt to keep two on if they can. You don't want to be running short today. That's a certainty.
Now we see the team car come up. So a lot of the breakaways as well. A lot of the time when if viewers are watching this one, you see the team car just with the 2 bikes on one side, as opposed to the #1 team car, which has bikes on either side, the bikes in the middle, all the wheels on the back as well. And this is a lot of the time how a lot of teams will do this, unless they've got their out-and-out leader in the breakaway group. They'll send team car 2 up here to service the rider, then they'll leave Director Sportif #1 and team car 1 right behind the peloton.
Yeah, it depends on which riders that they have up the road. And I myself have had to do it on occasions. Team Endura, I was team car 2, and for the first 3 days we had riders in the break, and #1 Julian Wynn, who was the #1 sport director there, he stayed in behind the peloton with the team leaders, and then I myself was sent through, and you've got to go through the first convoy, and then through the peloton and get up to the front riders. And you were mentioning it, I think it was yesterday, where you get called up and if you've got to cover kind of a 3-minute gap like this, if you're going from the front of the peloton through to get up to the front of this race, it can take an awful long time. You've got to drive quick for a long time. You think, have we gone wrong? Have we got lost? There's no way there's this sort of gap, but the speeds that these guys travel can take quite a while to get yourself across that gap and be able to service those riders up front.
So we're inside 100 kilometers to go of today's stage, and our gap is 3 minutes and 28 seconds, so it's grown steadily. There's going to be a point, would you say, within the next 20, 30 kilometers. We're starting to see, you've got Israel Cycling Academy up here in the blue and white. There's going to be a change fairly soon, I would say, in terms of starting to want to eat into this advantage. I think if they get to 50k to go and they've still got 3 minutes, then that's going to be tough on because it's going to take a breakaway group from the peloton rather than the chase that we're used to en masse as a team. Would you say it's going to take attacks and a smaller group coming across?
Yeah, it will take the racing rather than a concerted chase. I think that's the normal scenario you find on terrain like this. The gap will and should close down quite significantly, but more for the racing and potential attacking from the group behind rather than a concerted rolling through as we've seen in the previous 3 days.
Dunbar and Van Baal, Eddie Dunbar, the 23-year-old Irish rider. And, fans will remember him. He's turned pro with, he's ridden for NFTO in his career. Went to ride with Axion Hagens Berman with Axel Merckx, and then rode with Aqua Blue Sports in 2018, and then across to Team Sky when it was announced that team was folding, and now has a contract to the end of 2022 with Team Ineos, does Eddie Dunbar. And we were talking a little bit about it yesterday when we saw Rob Scott up there, and we were chatting about it with Chris Lillywhite in the car behind the race in terms of riders and some of the performances that you see a lot of the time in under-23 races, which kind of give a glimpse of the sort of rider that an under-23 rider could be. And Eddie's still only 23 himself, but getting himself up there, and he won the 2017 edition of the Tour of Flanders, which again that shows the terrain that he could be, the classics rider that he could potentially be as well in those big one-day races, as well as the stage races where we're seeing him develop so well.
He is, and that's the key word, I think, development. And he is still at that stage where he is developing and getting stronger and stronger. And he's an absolutely incredible bike rider. And I've loved actually watching him race this year, and coming from the background that he's had domestically, and then onto the world stage here.
We're seeing this year, particularly, it's been an almost seismic shift in generation this year with the likes of Remco Evenepoel, Mathieu van der Poel, Wout van Aert, all these young riders coming.
The average age of kind of almost superstars or the potential for superstars. A lot younger, aren't they? It's been incredible to see this year.
And you look at the careers that they can have. Look at Eddie, 23. Mathieu van der Poel. I mean, these guys potentially. Remco Evenepoel still 19. You know, these guys. This is the next decade, isn't it?
I think Remco was born the year that Valverde signed his first pro contract. That's the sort of range of ages that we're getting now.
Indeed. So Eddie Dunbar on the front here, Dylan van Baarle, so the current generation. And Eddie Dunbar, one of the most exciting riders, the Irishman. Well, again, you look at this preparation for the World Road Race Championships, and for the team of Ireland, he would be someone that you would definitely want in that team come the Worlds. This man on the front, Jack Bauer, and we're starting to see Lotto Soudal come up towards the front as well. They've started to put a rider up towards the front.
Well, that'll be a big help and a big relief to Corridor Circus. And Scott, most definitely. The likes of Tish Benoot. Looking out for him for general classification from Lotto Soudal.
Van Baarle out of the saddle. So this group, this is we could see a group here potentially out of this group. This man, a former winner overall of this race, danger man to let go up the road. They're showing a sort of outward view of calm, I would say. Mitchelton Scott. I've seen Matteo Trentin having a bit of a smile behind, but you've got to try and you've got to ride with that confidence that you know you've got this under control, even if you're a bit like a duck and you're paddling furiously underwater.
Yeah, it all looks calm, doesn't it, on the top? But that's the thing, you commit, you find yourself in the position as these riders are, and you commit to it, and you deliver the power that you've got. It's got to be an even spread here. At 3:14, they really are holding on to this well.
So Lotto Soudal, you can see starting to put two riders up here now, and they're getting a little bit of assistance, bringing some bottles up. Everson up towards Frederick Frison, and Frison, remember that attack that he made on the run-in towards Kelso, and that was the one that Mathieu van der Poel decided that he was going to follow. Was the first real alarm bells that were ringing on this one. And so now he's in working in favour of Tish Benoot. We'd say today he will be the man that will we would say will be targeting this one. Again, just squeezing across to the side. There's 96 kilometres of the stage remaining. So, the next objective along the route will be the next intermediate sprint of the day, 67.3 kilometres to go. In Kirkby Stephen, we've got the intermediate at 45.3. The final categorised climb into Gorthup. As we said a little bit earlier on, the last time he came here, it was a duo that sprinted it out for the finish. Julien Vermotte getting the better of Steve Cummings on that occasion and taking over in that leader's jersey. As you look down the front of this peloton, as we said, you've got Mitchelton, Scott, Corridor Circus, and Lotto Soudal now working on the front. Mathieu van der Poel's team, the red and white Corridor Circus, all en masse around him. We've got Israel Cycling Academy. We've been mentioning Ben Hermans, who comes into this race on great form. Does Ben Hermans, the Israel Cycling Academy team rider, who's on phenomenal form in the Tour of Utah, and a grippy stage like this would suit him. He also won the stage in the GC in the Tour of Austria earlier on in the season, so we would say out of that team, potentially he would be the one that we could watch for. They have to bring this trio back. Their gap had gone out a little bit up to that sort of 3.5 minute mark. They're just again pegging it back just a touch. It's still sitting at 3 minutes and 10 seconds. Got a bit of a holding pattern here, a bit of a lull before the storm, as they say. And let's say another 20 kilometers, maybe 30 kilometers. That group behind are going to have to start really getting a hold of this group ahead. After they we go through Kirkby Stephen, and then in the intermediate sprint straight up a climb, and then down through Sedborough we have our third and final intermediate sprint of the day, and then up the climb of Gorthup, and that has maximum gradients. Gorthup, even though it's only a category 3, it's 1.8 kilometers and it's 15.8% maximum gradient. Vanderpool is up here on the wheel of Trentin with all of his teammates all lined out behind him. It's quite interesting seeing that pattern and that formation there for Vanderpool. He's got all the team right on the wheel rather than him being sat on the back. He wants to sit here behind Matteo Trentin.
Yeah, up towards the front, keeps good vision for his teammates. And, he wants to keep a good eye as well on Lasse Norman Hansen on the front, bobbing and weaving, doing his job, trying to hold on to this group. It's not really about him closing it down. It's just making sure that it doesn't get too far ahead. And then once we hit the next set of climbs and on the flatter roads, depending on which rider it is there, obviously you want the rouleurs on the flatter sections. So Mitchelton Scott's definitely suited to those and the drags, but then you have your lighter riders, the real climbers on sections like this who can really draw it in and try and bring this gap down. And then we should see the fireworks later on, probably off the back of the final categorized climb, the third category climb. That tops out at 35.2 kilometers to go. And then off the back of that, it's still up and down, plenty of descents, but also some drags.
Grassholm Reservoir. We go past here. So this area here, we go through, going towards Middleton in Teesdale, so Market Town in County Durham. Just here again, the wind whistling across. So this trio, keep this rhythm, keep the tempo. Domont, very vigilant riding today from Axel Domont. Eddie Dunbar, busy season that Eddie Dunbar has had. 54 days of racing this year, 8,774 kilometers he's done, and that's just racing alone this year for Eddie Dunbar into Pro Cycling Stats. Frederick Frieson still keeping his rhythm on the front of the peloton here for Lotto Soudal, Tej Benoot, and Jasper de Boist clearly now wanting to put a man up there, help drive this forward. It's not just down to Mitchelton Scott. This will please Matteo Trentin. We are sure that he's got some assistance in the chase from those two teams. Lasse Norman Hansen's been up there for quite a while. Frederick Frieson. Heading past the reservoir here, the AG2R Le Mondial rider. 3 minutes and 11 is the gap back from this breakaway group, the head of the race, and you can see the sweat just dripping off the nose of Axel Daumont. That's your timing chip for the riders, so all done electronic timing. So when the riders start and finish, all the timing done electronically, which is why the timing companies, Matt Sports, can get the results out so quickly after the stage. They're almost done in real time now, but it means that you have that timing chip on the fork. So if you do a sportif event or a triathlon or a running event or anything these days, you usually have to pick up a timing chip. So we're going to jump into one of the team cars. We're going to go behind the race. We're going to catch up the Great Britain national team manager, Matt Bramier. Hi, Matt. How are you today?
All good, thanks. All good. It's been a bit of a hectic moment. A couple of broken sticks, but yeah, all reset. Sorted back in the bunch now.
It's in terms of the race today, Great Britain national team. You come into this with a very young team. How are they coping so far?
Yeah, really well, actually. I mean, we don't really have anyone here for DC or some of the hardest stages. You know, we've got Connor and Jake Stewart, who are our men today, but mainly here, you know, as a learning experience really for the younger guys. And we've got 4 of my academy lads here, and you know, as you saw yesterday, they pulled it together really well actually in the final. Unlucky to lose each other in the last K, but yeah, they're all going well, and yeah, happy with them so far.
At days like this, they're tough to manage, sometimes logistically, for a team with, you know, we see all the weird coming up on our pictures now, getting up here to the soigneurs and getting them up to the feeding stations. But at the moment, the peloton is all together. But as a director sportif, sometimes when the race starts to split, the stress kind of rises sometimes when you're trying to make sure that all of your guys are getting fed and watered and looked after potentially throughout the rest of the stage.
Yeah, it is, but luckily, you know, we've got a pretty good bunch of staff here, so I can rely on them most of the time just to crack on with it. And yeah, we don't usually get that much stress in this team. But now we're all good. Everyone's out there today in position, and we've got, yeah, like you said, we've got soigneurs all over the road today.
How does it work as well? And it must be good to be able to bring riders like Connor Swift back into the team that are now stepping up, and he's racing on the road with Arkea Samsic throughout the season. I mean, he's kind of we were saying the elder statesman of the team at 23, but again, it must be interesting for you to see someone like Connor grow in stature and experience.
Yeah, definitely. You know, I think he said it himself, it's the first time he's doing the oldest guy on the team. But we always try at these national races like Tour of Yorkshire, Tour of Britain, when we have a national team, to have a bit of, you know, an older guy, someone with a bit more experience in the team, just to guide the rest of the lads. And it's, you know, I think as a learning experience for the others, really, there's no better way to learn from someone on the road. And someone like Connor, you know, he's real level-headed, and he's good tactically, and he's good at talking to the lads. So he's, you know, a good inclusion for us, and obviously, you know, we're looking at him with the Road Worlds as well, coming in a couple of weeks' time. You know, Connor's still on the list for that, so making sure he's getting the racing in his legs, and he's in good shape if we need him in a couple of weeks' time.
Brilliant. Well, thanks, Matt. We'll try and catch up with you again as the race goes on. Good luck to the guys this afternoon.
Okay, thanks, mate.
Matt Bramier stepping off the bike and into the team car of retiring, and him and his wife Nikki expecting a baby this year as well. Nikki Bramier, top cyclocross rider and road rider over the years as well, so all the best to them.
Good luck, and might be putting a few extra races in the lads' programme then, I would imagine.
Get some sleep, is that what you mean? Get some sleep. Spoken like a true dad there, Rolf Hales. Axel Daumont back at the team car here. Just have a little bit of a word with the manager as well. As we said, look, you can see the way, the dynamic of the riders here and the way Daumont is having to dig in. It's very, very exposed across the top of here. It's a tough day again. A lot of riders as well going into the stage. They look at the weather maps, they look at how things are going to pan out, but then when it starts to shift like this as well, again, it changes the stage completely.
Yes, definitely, and that's the thing. It's going into a stage with a plan and trying to execute that. But you've got to think on your feet. You've got to be a little bit fluid, as we see Bauer there taking a fairly quick musette. Just obviously the first rider in the group, not a problem. Plenty of vision to do that. And let's have a look. What's he got? Well, there's one bottle. Certainly it looked like there was a second one in there as well. And that wind, you can see the Manx flag just blowing on the right-hand side. So the wind coming across from the left, cross headwind. But Bauer on the front, not able. He's got his bid on. Took his bottle, emptied the next one, and there we go. A nice memento for someone on the side of the road. Quickly picked up and put in their back pocket. But because Bauer is having to work here at the moment, he doesn't have the opportunity to fully go through his musette. So you can just see it hanging off his back. And I've been in situations before where not so much working on the front, but when there's attacks going, and that you can sometimes ride really hard in the races. You can just see what's coming up ahead, and that's, I think, plenty of vision today for the riders. Not always a good thing, but sometimes. But yeah, I've been in a race where it's been a good kind of 5-10 kilometers later where I've actually been able to then get to my musette. I can remember it being just put on my back, and it was resting between my shoulder blades and just in the gutter, absolutely hell for leather, just trying to hang into the wheels in front, thinking I'm desperate for some food, but there is absolutely no way I'm going to be able to get it just yet.
Look at that. That is what is ahead of us today. This is what the riders are coping with. They've all gone through that feeding station. They'll be fueling up for the race ahead. Again, you see on these sort of roads here, it's trying to get that as quickly as you can. Get that, as you saw Jack Bauer taking that one. There's a really interesting documentary that I watched recently as well, Eat Race Win, which was behind the scenes of the Mitchelton Scott team with Chef Hannah Grant, and what goes into the whole feeding process of riders. As we said, it's not just during the stage when the soigneurs are there. They have with the chefs and the nutritionists and everything that goes alongside the team. They have their rice steamers, making sure that they can make the little rice cakes that the riders want. Each nation that you go to, the frangipane cakes that the Belgian riders have, stroop waffles that the Dutch riders will have in their pockets as well. They always they're good to the riders, or the other soigneurs and the team chefs as well. It's made a big difference to riders in teams, having those chefs, and not having to rely on whatever hotel you get to, and hoping that it's not boiled chicken and overcooked pasta.
Exactly, yeah. Well, it comes with a little bit of bragging rights, doesn't it? It's not just about the kit you're riding, the equipment, the bikes that you're on, the new wheel, the latest wheel sponsor. It is often now about the catering truck, their own facility for cooking and feeding.
Yeah, they take a lot of teams to do that.
Coffee machines. Yeah. It's all part of the big picture, you know.
Coffee and cycling. If you're tuning into our coverage and you're new to it, coffee and cycling, they go hand in hand, don't they?
Most definitely. Yep, definitely bragging rights with the teams. It's a little bit like here in the commentary box with when the pencil case comes out. It's your new protractor. I'm liking your new protractor. Behold the tools of a genius is written on your...
Yeah, my pencil case,
I've just got one of my clear bags from one of the airports.
Yes, that's the artist in that one. Our breakaway group 231, so they are eating into this advantage now. As we said, they needed to try and get this under control. 3 dangerous riders up the road here: Dylan Van Baarle, Axel Domon and Eddie Dunbar. But looking at the length of this stage today, these 3 riders, 173.2. The likes of the rider of Van Baarle and Dunbar, the experience of them with Domon, they could handle this over 200 kilometers as well, couldn't they today?
Yeah, in the big scheme of things, when you look at the strength in depth that they have, as we see the technical run-in here off the top of this climb, how quick they're going. Ooh, they look a little bit ominous, don't they? But it's shining here, the sun is shining here at the finish, so no panic just yet.
No, and you just getting a static shot here, just sort of watching Eddie Dunbar, and again, you're wondering how the dynamic of this. We were talking with Gabriel Rasch a little bit earlier on, and potentially it sounded from the conversation there that the idea was for Eddie to really have to work here, and for Dylan to keep something back a little bit on for later on in the stage.
That's the thing. I would imagine that because when we first spoke, it was almost the other way round. That I think, but then when you look at it, well, obviously with the time trial coming up for Van Baal, it's a good move to have the two of them there, and they've got those. They've got a two-pronged attack potentially.
You can see how much the riders here are labouring, as we said today at the beginning of the stage. It's not just about the categorised climbs today, it's all of these uncategorized climbs that are really you can see beating down the riders, and it's just under 3,000 meters of climbing, and it looks again like we could have a little bit of some weather to deal with in the distance. The weather forecast today was sunny, bit of cloud, but it's a bit, sometimes when you come into the Lake District and into this part of the world, you've almost got your own little microclimate when you come into this part of the world, and it's a bit like when you're in the mountains and the weather comes in really quickly. In this part of the world, it can change very quickly as well.
Yeah, and it potentially brings a little bit of extra wind for the riders, gets a little bit blustery. As Dunbar just looking, has he got a bottle on still? Could be food. Maybe one in a gilet, just in case it does rain, but no, there we go. Ye oldie sticky bottle.
Grabs a bottle, has a little bit of a chat with the team car, and again, it's just getting the car just alongside you just momentarily. You can see just fueling up a handful there as well, deciding, just wants a little can of something sweet and sugary for a little bit later on, and little red ambulance we call it for the later on parts of the stage. So getting in this point, it's, as we said previous days, if you've been with us, it's sort of 40 kilometers to go. That's that little can of Coca-Cola just to wake yourself up, a little bit of sugar, a little bit of caffeine as well, as Frederick Frison is keeping the rhythm here with Eduardo Affini, Jack Bauer and Lasse Norman Hansen. That gap is just edging back just a touch. Matthew van der Poel, you can see there in the red and white with the Dutch champions stripes just on the cuffs of his jersey, just looking to try and hone his form here in the Tour of Britain for the upcoming World Championships in just a couple of weeks' time. It's the opening of a very exciting month cycling in Great Britain. The World Road Race Championships coming to Yorkshire, and the World's coming for the first time since 1982. The World's in Goodwood on that occasion, so there was going to be a big battle for those titles from juniors and under 23s all the way through to the pros. Again, there's a lot of excitement around the likes of the young British riders. Eleanor Backstead coming into this year into the time trial after taking a bronze medal last year. She's looking good on the road into the elite women. Lizzie Deignan, who's looking to try and take a world title in front of a home crowd.
Well, if you need any motivation, you don't need much more than that, do you?
Not so much. And we said all week that these sort of stages, these sort of days, for the likes of Van der Poel, the elite men's title as well this year, there's Van der Poel's going to have so much pressure and expectation on him. Lizzie's got such a challenge as well. You look at the Dutch team for the Worlds, you know, with Marianne Vos and Annemiek van Vleuten and the likes of them, it's going to be a difficult one to decide who to go for. David Povels sharing out the Haribo. So there we have.
Always a helping hand from Dave.
Yeah, kids and cyclists love them so. That's probably...
Hey, do you know what? That is a cheeky move.
Yeah.
He won't be offered the sweets again.
That's it.
Oh.
That's like stealing someone's lunch at school, really, isn't it? That's. We'll find out who our camera is there. Is it Verdi or Phil?
No, I
who's out
think
there?
I think that was it's Phil. I think.
So David Povell loses his Haribo. He'll be gutted knowing Dave there. Little sharing out the love there behind the race. 2 minutes and 15 seconds the gap. It is coming down. We will expect some big action to come. We are heading towards Kirkby Stephen for the next intermediate sprint of the day. Still 3 leaders with 2:18. Still the Mitchelton-Scott pairing our leaders. And again, we've got the standoff here. There will come a point as well that these 3 riders have to up the pace again to try and hold this gap over that peloton behind. They will want to go all the way to the finish in Kendal. The steep, tough climb that they have to finish it off. Beast Banks in Kendal is the finish climb today. Lotto Soudal, Remy Mertz just coming up as well here to perhaps help Frederick Frison. Eduardo Fini, another rider that we're looking at for the World Championships, going there for the time trial this year. So watch out for him, the medalist in the European Championships this year, the man on the right there for Mitchelton-Scott. That title will be hard fought after in the time trial. Matteo Trentin, just having a good chat with everyone around him. He's very animated today, is Matteo Trentin, constantly talking and discussing things with everyone around him. It's very, you would say, a very emotional rider. You can just see Dries de Bont there as well. There's one Category 3 climb to come at Gawthorpe. We would expect that this stage would have come alive a little bit before we get to that point in Gawthorpe. So heading towards Roth in Cumbria. Originally it was the historic county of Westmoreland. Dylan Van Baarst looking very cool, very calm. Domont very attentive to get into the move earlier on in the day. The officials' cars just coming past. A lot of guests out on the race today. And I think looking at this stage so far, again, you look at the profile and you look at the back end of this stage. It's kind of almost kind of cancelling itself out at the moment. No one really wants to go too early in this.
No, I think that's how difficult today's stage is, with the open nature as well of the road. So any wind that there is having an effect to a certain degree on the riders. And just the difficult nature of the terrain, the parkour. You can see it's constantly up and down, up and down. Some nice rolling roads in between, but difficult all the same. You can see that red flag there, just denoting the wind coming across from the right-hand shoulder, just in the face a little bit. But Jack Bauer done a real stint today.
He has,
and
really.
Yesterday.
He has indeed.
And he may have to do it tomorrow as well.
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? For a team, and I think that's why Mitchelton-Scott be quite happy that Corridor Circus and Lotto Soudal have decided that they want to help, because it just saves 2 riders, 3 riders potentially, not just for today, but if Matteo Trentin ends the day still in that green leader's jersey, that they've saved enough power for tomorrow.
Yeah, when you're the only rider or you're the only team on the front, it could be quite demoralising. Especially when you start to feel the fatigue set in and your legs start to get sore every every time the road goes uphill, you have to press on, go into the red a little bit more, and it's difficult. But as soon as another team puts a rider, it only needs one rider, two riders, especially two riders from two separate teams, then that's good news.
Still a descent here. Again, you see the countryside just spreading out into the distance. This is one of the longer descents that we've had for a little while here, and it's Doman on the front. Our trio: Eddie Dunbar, Dylan van Baarle, and Axel Doman. 2 minutes and 14 seconds is their time gap now. They are being managed by that peloton behind the gap, going out from 131 with about 150 kilometers to go, up to over 3.5 minutes at one point, and then now 2:15. So it's starting to look more manageable now, this gap. You can see it's still Lasse Norman Hansen of Corendon Circus, Frederick Frison in second wheel here for Lotto Soudal, and then you have the two Mitchelton Scott riders of Eduardo Effini and Jack Bauer. The wind coming from the rider's right shoulders. You can see Ben Swift there in the white jersey with the red, white and blue bands of the British National Road Race Champion. Corendon Circus for Mathieu van der Poel, and then you have the blue and white of the Israel Cycling Academy, Chimalayan Hermans, two riders they can watch out for today. The pink of VF Education first, well up here as well, and again, rider that we, he's quite a stealthy rider, is Simon Clark. He sits 6th overall at 16 seconds, and for Clark, this sort of terrain suits him as well.
Yeah, and riders that we haven't seen, teams we haven't seen that much of up to this point will come to the fore, no doubt. Movistar, seen nothing of them up to this point, but I think they will have their moment, I'm sure.
So if you look down the general classification, so we go down to 55th. Axel Doman is 55th at 45 seconds. And then you pick out some of the other riders. Tony Galapan is 54th at 45 seconds, a teammate of Doman. And then you've got Mikael Landa. He's at 25 seconds overall. He's 52nd in the general classification. Steve Cummings, as we said earlier on when we came here previous year, he was in the breakaway with Julien Vermotta. He is at 25 seconds as well in 49th. Another rider, again, who likes a grippy, tough day is Alexander Kamp of Riwal Readiness. Kamp is he's 48th at 25 seconds in this race. Eddie Dunbar 20th at 17 seconds. So Eddie Dunbar in this breakaway is the virtual leader on the road by a considerable margin. Dylan van Baarle is 32nd at 25 seconds. So only 8 seconds or so separating those riders, but Doman is at 45 seconds in the general classification.
Yeah, when you look back to all the riders in the top 56, all within a minute, and so a number of those, not all of them within that minute, but a number of those riders very well be vying it out, or will be vying it out for the win overall come Manchester on Saturday.
Good to have the yellow bikes out. The yellow, of course, always associated with the Tour de France. We have our green leaders jersey here in the Ovo Energy Tour of Britain. So now this 2:07, so they're starting to eat into this advantage now of these riders. We said they didn't want this gap to go out much beyond where it did at the 3.5 sort of minute mark. We thought, and we were saying a little bit earlier on, if they'd got that 3.5, if it started to nudge 4 minutes, then it starts to become a really, really difficult gap to start to pull back. But again, we still got 75k to go. There's only so much riding that group behind, with Jack Bauer and Eduardo Effini in particular, been on the front for ages.
Yeah. They have, and they've only got so much in them to do that over this kind of terrain. But you see the narrower roads, pinch point through that quick section there, that will squeeze out on the peloton. Not such a problem for the front riders on of the larger group, but those riders at the back, you just get squeezed a little bit, have to brake. It stretches out, and then as they go through, you have to re-accelerate through. So up towards the front on a day like today is certainly the most efficient place to be.
It is indeed. We'll see as this gap comes back. As we said, naturally the way this we expect this race to go here on stage 4 is that the racing behind, and as riders start to attack from that group behind, that naturally the race should come back together rather than expecting this large group to sweep up those riders in front that we expect on a lot flatter stages. They'll want to get this gap within striking distance, and then the likes of Van der Poel, Trentin, those riders that are looking for the general classification will feel then that they can start to just jump across. What they don't want to do really is use up their teammates and leave their teammates when the gap's still at 2 minutes.
No, because the problem is when you attack, you go on the offensive, and you can take a decent chunk out, 15, 20, 30 seconds on the initial attack, but then you're in you flood, and then you're in that time trial mode, and then it's kind of even Stevens, and you're back to square one. So the closer you can get, obviously, and the closer to the front riders you can go, and you can get with teammates as well, is so important. So much more important to be able to do that than have to go solo.
So swing back round to our leading group here. If it starts to drop under a minute, and then they'll be discussing with each other in this breakaway as well what they want to do, because you know, the combination here with Van Baarle and Dunbar, they want to take this to the finish.
They do. Yeah. As we heard earlier from Gabs Rash, the sport director, they were hoping that there was going to be a slightly bigger group. Imagine if there were another 3 or 4 riders here. That's one of our TV helis there. We're on a budget, you know.
They're heading through Great Musgrave here. And again, the schools are out. Great to see them all along the route. All the local cycling clubs are out as well, getting out and enjoying the day. Great to see all the art on the side here, everyone making such an effort along the route.
That's what you call a fat bike.
It's got some big old tyres on that.
You'd need some legs to get that round.
You used to drag them, didn't you? Didn't you love a good tractor tyre start?
It was a truck tyre, yeah. Tractor start. Hey, I was good. Truck tyre, about 35 pounds or whatever that is. It was that long ago. That's what we used to measure it in, I think. But yeah, on 10 foot of rope, and it was actually Dave LeGrice, former sprint champion, who was the sprint coach back in 1994, before some of these riders were born, I think. Yeah, training for the Commonwealth Games for the kilo, the kilometre, and it was to get out the blocks, just some strength training. Snapped a couple of frames doing it. Broke my legs at one time as God. It hurt, it really did.
Yeah, I'd love to. I bet Chris Hoy could drag a tractor tyre. I'd love to see that. And,
probably.
Yeah, I bet he could do that.
Show off.
Could still squat a good 200.
Have you seen him lately? He can still lift with the best of them.
Yeah, he's always posting them on his videos just to make us all feel bad. You can see the gap now, the peloton through the narrow lanes here. Frederick Frison still on the front for Lotte Soudal. Teish Benoot, the rider that we are expecting to be the man from that team to go on the attack. 1:58, the gap comes down under 2 minutes with 72.2 to go. 67.3 kilometers to go is the intermediate sprint in Kirby Stephen. And that's after 105.9 kilometers covered. Then we will go to Sebra with 45.3 to go, and then the climb of Gorthorpe before we head towards Kendal. Previous visits into Kendal: Alexander Serov back in 2007, Gerald Cholek back in 2013, and our last visit here was in 2016. The kick up towards the finish, it's a steep climb up towards the line. It always gives us a great sprint finish up here with this gap as well. These riders in this group, Dunbar, Van Baal and Daumont, just be getting that information relayed to them. The first intermediate sprint of the day in Wickham was taken by Dylan Van Baal, Daumont, and then Trentin, and then Dunbar got across the gap. So the next sprint point, and you would expect now when you look at these intermediate sprints, because we carry bonus seconds, 3, 2, and 1 second for Dunbar or Van Baal, you know, getting potentially 9 seconds over the course of these 3 sprints, because we look at the time gap, we look at how far between the 2 sprints that we are, and you would say if they can go to the 3rd sprint of the day, and if Dylan Van Baal could take 9 seconds throughout this one, he just rolled through the first one. That's got to be a good thing.
Yeah, it's well, it's free time, isn't it, for him? Get yourself out in this move, and it could very well come down to that at the end of the race.
Affini keeping this rhythm here on the front of this one. For looking around some of the smaller teams here, and looking around, as we mentioned, the likes of Alexander Camp from Rewell, Readiness, potentially, you know, the teams that we talked to quite a bit, the team Wiggins, LaColle, and other teams. How, for them really today, is it a game of follow, or if they want to steal a surprise, just be brave?
Yeah, no, be brave. If you can, you've got to take your opportunities. That's what they've got to do. If you gamble, if you feel that you're in a position today to gamble, but it might not pay off, then you have to weigh it up. But if you can find yourself on the front foot and you can go on the offensive and make it count, then ultimately that's what you should do. That's what you should be doing.
We see quite a lot, though, don't we, the pattern of defensive racing. And I think, again, we saw in the Tour de France this year with our winner, who was our overall winner last year here, Julien Alaphilippe, the way Mathieu van der Poel starts to ride. We're starting to see a bit of a shift away from that very safe kind of racing. Oh, I can't go yet. I'm going to wait a little bit. Because you can only wait so long, can't you? At some point, you got to think, right, I've got to go long. I've got to be brave.
Alaphilippe, the way that he rode this year and the way that he rides in general, it's an attacking way, and that's what we like to see. And I think there are teams, naming no names, 2 of them here, obviously, but they have kind of gone for that approach. It's successful. People don't always like it. They don't always enjoy it. Doesn't necessarily make for the most exciting of racing, but ultimately that it is for us. It's for our enjoyment. It's the sporting event it is entertainment. But ultimately, if you're in a team, it's about success for your sponsors. It's about success on the whole. And so as long as it wins races, that's what the teams want to do. And it doesn't necessarily give great racing in terms of a spectacle, but there are still riders who are able to do that, as we see now. That's what you call a teammate.
I was going to say that. Look at this. So the race leader, the man in the green jersey, has gone back to the team car. He's got his guys on the front here, and again, that shows the respect that he has for the riders that are doing the job on the front, going back and getting them bottles.
Yeah, and it's what it's all about. You don't often see many riders do that. But the thing is, Matteo Trentin, he's one of those riders who will be his role in this race is reversed to a certain extent.
1 kilometre to go to the next sprint of the day in Kirkby Stephen. This is sprint number 2. Dunbar is on the front. We would expect this breakaway group to roll through this point and not sprint it out. As we said, Dylan van Baal took the first sprint. He will want another 3 bonus seconds through this point. Dunbar is leading out. You can see that the time gap now is coming down to 1 minute and 45 seconds. So that peloton behind are eating into this advantage of the breakaway group. So we'll see how this now. We'd say maybe do another 10, 20 kilometers, and then we'll expect the attacks from that group behind.
After this intermediate sprint, it does drag up again. There's plenty more of that to come. We do have the final 3rd category climb of the day. 35.2 to go.
Out of the saddle now, Dylan van Baal, as he said, will want this one. Domon comes through just to stay on the wheel. Look at the crowds down here, but Dylan van Baal out of the saddle on the front, the man that's won this race overall in 2014. Domon goes through on the wheel, so another 3 bonus seconds for Van Baal. Dunbar content to roll through there. So again, you can see the hierarchy within the breakaway group here, that Eddie Dunbar just allows Dylan van Baal to just move through towards the front and take those bonus seconds. Kirkby Stephen, great to see everyone come out in Kirkby Stephen today. So this is, if you're interested where we are, this is a little market town, the gateway to the Westmoreland Dales. We've gone past the parish church as well, well worth a visit, as it has a Loki stone, only 2 of which are known of in Europe. Loki being the Norse god, and worshipping him would probably have come across with the Vikings who settled in this area. Carving shows a figure with sheep's horns bound in chains, so well worth a visit there. Confirmation of your sprint result. Dylan van Baal takes 3 bonus seconds ahead of Axel Domon, with Eddie Dunbar taking 1 point and 1 second. So none of these riders challenging Rory Townsend for the red Iceberg Sprints jersey. That's him leading that competition from Dries de Bont. De Bont sitting 2nd in both the King of the Mountains and the intermediate sprints competition. Jack Bauer still on the front here, with Lasse Norman Hansen and Frederick Frieson waiting again for the attacks to come from this group. But you can see that the gap now is really starting to fall, getting down towards that 1.5 minute mark. They've definitely upped the tempo.
Bauer is still on the front. Done a superb job here, and it's starting to get more of a manageable chunk, isn't it, at this point? And I think, well, if you're Team Ineos, if you are AG2R Mondial, the riders up front, you would definitely be hoping that some sort of move comes from behind now from this group when we get over these next set of climbs, and there's a fracture group that then rides up to the 3 riders up front. They won't want this to come back after the day that they've had. They won't want it to be brought back by the peloton in its entirety.
Ineos potentially here, you're looking at this, and for AG2R Le Mondial with Tony Galopin, that as this gap comes back, the tactic then is, okay, this group, they would hope that someone like Dylan van Baal could go all the way to the finish. But if it's Ben Swift, if it's Pavel Sivakov, they're kind of, you know, in that gap. 2 more riders up the road, they can launch them across, then take that big turn on the front to then drag that group clear.
That's the thing. So those riders, they have to kind of watch what's happening. If there is a move that goes off the front, Movistar, if they send riders up, then the likes of Sivakov, Galopin, they can obviously afford to go with it, but not commit to it. Not at least not until the move has got itself organised and there's a gap to them and any of the riders further back.
So we've gone through the North Pennines, the area of outstanding natural beauty. We're now heading towards the Yorkshire Dales National Park, the entry to which is just a few miles after the sprinting Kirkby Stephen. And Eddie Dunbar has now dropped off the back of our leading group.
And that's it. His job's done.
Big effort by Dunbar. And potentially now, you would say, looking at this, drop into the gap. If the attacks come from Sivakov or Swift, he's there. Let himself recover, let those legs recover.
If you
Then
can,
if you can, looking at the terrain we've got today. And even if even if you can do okay, even if you can give them a little bit of a pause for breath, and then, you know, give them a turn, and then they can go on to Dylan Van Baal. It's 1:29. We now have two leaders, Dylan Van Baal and Axel Domont. The gap just under a minute and a half as we head into the Yorkshire Dales National Park. The duo, so these two, Domont putting in a strong ride today, is the AG2R Le Mondial rider. Looking around the peloton. We've got Wanty Group Gobert coming up towards the front here as well. It's still Lasse Norman Hansen who's doing the work on the front for Corendon Circus. Domont pedals through. So Dunbar, the Irishman now, we saw he was doing a lot of work on the front. Has now dropped back out of the group. Axel Domont. Not too many wins to his name as a pro rider. He's spent his whole career with AG2R Le Mondial, was a stagiaire back in 2011, turned pro in 2013 with that team. Seeing Wiggins Lacole coming up, moving themselves up. Dylan Groenewegen as well is climbing well today. Is the man in yellow. He keeps finding himself in there. You see, all the time, he's just moving himself up, giving himself room to drift.
Yep, give yourself the best opportunity to stay as far to the front of the race as possible for as long as possible. It's so important. Get dropped too early, it just gives you a long way to go. 4.1k to go here. If you get dropped at this point, it's a long run in still.
Indeed. So looking at this route, as we said, the strong, the way the wind has shifted. Little coffee stop. There'll be a lot of riders that'll be tempted to stop there for a cheeky espresso.
Yeah.
Imagine that as a pro. We were saying a little bit earlier on, riders love coffee. Can you imagine the aroma going past there? I think there would be a few guys. If Sagan was there, he'd stop for an espresso and a cheeky cake, wouldn't he?
While popping a wheelie.
Riding past Van der Poel's team. And again, this is when you look at the riders and the teams that we've got on the front here, you can very definitely see those that feel that they're invested in the overall classification for this race.
Yeah, you've got to put your riders up there. You've got to commit to it, and if it comes off, then it comes off. If it doesn't, then well, that's part of bike racing, unfortunately. But you've got to commit and try and put your resources and your strengths where it's best utilised.
There's Dunbar. It didn't take long, did it, on those roads? Just riding, knocking the tempo off, riding steadily for a little while, and then these climbs, the tough roads that we have here today, and the peloton have already got him in their sights. So 1:13. It's got a little bit. Look, the camera there just foreshortened it slightly. There's the peloton just coming around the corner. So yeah, just a feed, a drink, let those legs recover if you can. It's easier said than done today. The be I think looking at this, there's going to be a lot of riders in there that are quite happy that this stage has panned out like this, rather than what it looked like it was going to be earlier on.
Yeah, there seemed to be a lot of panic, wasn't there, earlier, and not surprising with those initial attacks, the early moves going off the front, but it soon settled down. And yeah, you're right, there'll be a lot of riders who are thankful for that, get themselves through the harder part, get their bodies ready, warmed up, and then once you're into the groove, you're into it. And it'll change at the back end of the race, I'm sure, and there'll be more attacks going off the front, but by which time obviously you're out of the woods, so to speak.
Eddie Dunbar, so 128 back to him, just a few slender seconds now back to the peloton. 133 is the time gap. Back to the front, Dylan van Baarle just grabbing an energy gel is the Dutchman for Team Ineos. Our duo 133 ahead of the peloton behind. We're through our second intermediate sprint of the day. We're climbing. We are into the Yorkshire Dales National Park here on stage 4 of the OVO Energy Tour of Britain. As we head towards Kendal, and Domont is starting to struggle now. Dylan van Baarle leaves him behind. Now van Baarle is going off alone. He's managed to distance the AG2R Le Mondial rider. So now it looks like a serious challenge from Dylan van Baarle, and Domont is in a world of hurt here.
Puffs his cheeks. Well, you can see still trying to stay in the big ring, just trying to roll it round, but up on that big sprocket. The rear derailleur having to do an awful lot of work. But Van Baarle, well, he's committed. 62k to go for the lone rider, minute 44. It's a big ask, but what he's got to do, keep himself out the front of the race, and his hope will be that if he can't ride it in solo all the way to the finish, which it is a big ask now for the lone rider, but he'll hope that the splits behind and a smaller fracture group can ride up to him, and then he's still at the front of the race.
He's got such an efficient style. I mean, isn't he?
Superb, isn't he, on the bike?
He's so, you can just see there's just a very subtle. We saw him grabbing an energy gel a little while ago, and then that was just straight after he made that move, distancing Domont, just very slightly blowing his cheeks out as he breathes. But he's just, his style on the bike, it's just metronomic, isn't it?
Rock solid, extremely efficient, very stylish indeed.
Takes a huge, again, but the consistent strength, the core stability, all those kind of things is, you know, that go into sitting like that. He's almost, again, we say it isn't, but he almost makes it look easy, doesn't he?
He does. And, there are riders who look better than others, and but are still just as efficient, or more so even. But yeah, very, very stylish. So rock solid. It's all coming from the hips, just the top of the body, the hands on the bars. You're not swinging off the bars. You're not steering the bike as such with your arms and your shoulders. It's just there for balance, and then it's all about the hips as you go around the bends. Just swivel the hips, rock the bike from under you.
And again, when you're sitting like this, he's in time trial mode here. He's just looking ahead, isn't he? Glancing ahead, looking where the corners are, making this
looking
road
where he wants to go, not where he doesn't. Yep, and that's the thing, picking your route, picking your line.
Make it as small as possible. The shortest distance across all these corners is what he wants to do. Back to the front of the peloton, you can see the riders that have been on the front and managing this breakaway group for most of the stage so far. We are still 60 kilometers from the finish. 173.2 kilometers is the total for today's stage. 8 stages in total this year's Tour of Britain, 1,267 kilometers, 13,093 meters of climbing in total in this year's race. Just under 2,742 meters of ascent in today's stage. If you've been with us throughout the stage today. Thanks for your company. You can see it literally we have been up and down all day. There's been very little flat road, as again you see the peloton just crests over another one of these little rises, and it's difficult sometimes, Rob, to put it into to describe really how tough a day like this is. You know, you've got the descents, but they haven't been massively long, have they, to allow you to recover?
No, it's up and down, and it's like a set of intervals. You've not got that prolonged interval, and so it plays into the hands of some different riders. But you're just constantly, if you look at the power profile and look at heart rates on today, very up and down. So there's plenty of opportunity for some sort of recovery, but it's when you go into the red where it really has a knock-on effect, and later on in the race, that's where it can show. For those that
are interested in the power and that sort of data, and for those that are new to cycling, cycling's a numbers game, isn't it? In terms of your weight, your power. I know it's a difficult thing because we don't have it. You know, someone like Dylan van Baarle in this position off the front. You know, what sort of power would we be expecting him to be able to sit out off the front like this?
Off the front, well, average power is way up into kind of 300s, 350 sort of power, but that's the average. But in the meantime, you're sometimes at zero when you're going really quick. That's where you try and recover. But then to get yourself that steep section we had before, where we saw Lasse Norman Hansen on the front really groveling on the bike. There you're hitting up 700, 800, 900 watts just to get yourself over that and through that hard section. It's a little bit elevated today, where we could just see that flag coming across from the right-hand shoulder, and Van Baarle doing the right thing, the wind coming across, so he goes over to the right-hand side just to get maximum protection. The vehicle's there, that beautiful old Land Rover on the side of the road, and any sort of hedges and trees, you're just getting as much protection from that as you can.
And in terms of going from that position in the breakaway group as well, you know, in terms of the energy that you save, the power that you're using within that breakaway, it's, you know, it's how much considerably less are you using when you're in the breakaway, if any? It's you're using a little bit more power. It's a more consistent power when you're out in the break. The thing is that as you get the race in its entirety, you'll have a similar average of powers for riders on the front. Bauer producing kind of a similar power now to Van Baarle. Riders further back, lower, because of the amount of protection you've got. And that's the thing, when you've only got 3 riders up the front, you're having to share that workload between the 3 riders. If you get 5, 6 riders going up, it's easier for those in the break, because you can spread that workload out. Makes it harder and a little bit more nervous for the peloton behind. And now this is the issue that Van Baarle's got. He's having to do all the work on his own. So at any moment he is having to produce as much power as he can for the effort that he's got and for the distance he's got. So it's measured, but he doesn't have the opportunity to then sit in behind a teammate or a co-escapee where he can sit and save 30-40% of his effort at any time. And the stage so far has been very attritional, hasn't it? Because Van Baarle didn't attack, in essence. He just stepped on the gas just a little bit more and then rode away from Axel Daumont. So it's very much been a wearing down process of both Dunbar and Daumont, and he's probably, you could say, potentially found himself off the front maybe earlier than he would want to alone. Definitely. Yeah, he won't be overly happy, and you can see once your legs start to go how quickly you do go back now. As we can see the peloton, you can see Daumont. It's fairly rugged out there. Certainly, as you see that Daumont has grabbed a bottle as well. There's the shot there, just pan off the hills here and down to Dylan van Baarle. 140 he is holding over the peloton. The plan today for Team Ineos. This man has had a great season, probably one of his best seasons for a while as the Dutchman. And what a season he has had, part of that Tour de France team that delivered Egan Bernal to the overall title there. The peloton have got Axel Daumont of AG2R to AG2R, Le Mondial in a sight. This part of the route here heading through the Yorkshire Dales National Park. So if you're not familiar, Cumbria, we've got 2 national parks here. Well, it's best known for the Lake District, the Yorkshire Dales National Park, which despite its name, nearly a third lies within the county of Cumbria. Most parts of the Yorkshire Dales National Park the Tour of Britain will race through have only recently been included in the park when its boundary was expanded, and they were first identified as being of national importance in the 1940s, but had to wait 70 years to be given national park status. Axel Domont is swept up by the peloton, led here by Jack Bauer, 1:59. Dylan van Baarle alone extends his lead back up to 2 minutes. We are 55.5 kilometers from Kendal. Mitchelton Scott, Corendon Circus, and Lotto Soudal all still working hard on the front. We will expect, as these climbs go on, a lot more reaction from the group behind. Matteo Trentin has got Matthew van der Poel latched on to the wheel. And looking at this, the way this race is going so far, we will have rock and roll along here down into Sedbergh for the final iceberg sprint of the day, and then the climb to Gorthop is the final climb of the day. Maximum gradients of just under 16%. So if you look at that, looking at the profile, you would say that that Gorthop climb would be the potentially the real place to, if you want to win this stage, you want to take this overall, it's late enough in the stage to make that move. It's only short, but 16%, it's snappy enough to get a good advantage.
That's a launch pad for the riders, and yeah, it tops out 35.2k to go. So that could very well be a good opportunity for riders. We've seen riders going on the offensive the last couple of days. Van der Poel having a little bit of a move, having a dig. So he will have to be attentive.
And look at that. So 54 kilometers an hour is the speed of Dylan van Baarle over the peloton. So right down, hands on the drops, back flat. There's Jack Bauer. Again, that calculation, we talk a lot, don't we, about calculations and maths and that kind of thing. The likes of Jack Bauer, they know this speed. They'll get the gaps in the rears from the director sportif in the car behind. There you have it. So there's the difference in the gap. And then you've got to calculate, haven't you? What speed have we got to go? If he's now pulling out that sort of advantage, we've got to up the pace by this amount to pull him back.
But yeah, the thing that goes to the advantage of the peloton is the knowledge that Van Baarle will be, and certainly should be, slowing down the further into the race he goes. When we hit that climb, the final climb of Gorthop, then that's where they could bring some time back, especially if attacks start to go off the front. The thing is, it's all about this man here in terms of the effort. He doesn't have any workload taken off him by anybody else. So although he's maintaining and holding his advantage at the moment at 1:55, there's a very good chance that he will slow down at the back end of the race.
It's one of those riders, though, when you look at his career so far, he's still only 27, Dylan van Baarle. He seems to have been around forever. He started winning quite early on in his career, really, didn't he? I mean, he turned pro in 2011 with the Rabobank development team. And, yeah, when you look at his age, and he's, as we said, he's had a great season this year, that Tour of Britain title back in 2014 when he was with Garmin Sharp, but he's also won stages this year as well of the Criterium de Dauphiné, so he's had a strong season. And again, in the mountains this year, it was just, again, he was a different rider this year in the Tour de France.
Yeah, superb rider, and that's the thing. That's what you need, and this is kind of the repayment for the likes of Van Baarle, when they commit so much. When you look at the level of the riders within the team in the Grand Tours, and they can win races in their own right, but when they commit to being a teammate, they do commit to it fully. But that can and is often repaid in races like this.
154, so the gap went out. They're reacting, but he's holding them with 52 kilometers of the stage remaining. So again, the next sprint will be in Sedbergh, and then the rest of the Yorkshire Dales National Park in Cumbria, Howgill, Scarsdale and Dent are the other parts of the Yorkshire Dales National Park that we will go through on route to Kendal. How long can Dylan Van Baarle hold this one? Can he ride clear and potentially hold on for the stage? I think as we go through 40 kilometers to go, we'll get a better idea of how this stage is going to pan out in the latter stages. 45.3 kilometers to go will be the next intermediate sprint in Sedbergh, and then 35.2 to go is the summit of Gorthop. Russ Downing's joined us again in the commentary box. Russ.
Hi guys.
Welcome back. Dylan Van Baarle alone. It's we were saying probably a little bit earlier than he would probably have hoped for, potentially, to be alone.
Yeah, I think he was just going so strong they just couldn't hold him, and then he had to commit, didn't he? So yeah, it was too early for him. But I mean, as we heard from Gabs earlier, he was saying that he was going to save it and then go full gas for the end, and maybe it was too soon, but he's going well.
That's the thing. He did although there was the sharing of that workload between the three of them. Dunbar obviously doing most of that work with the knowledge that he didn't have to get to the finish line. That's the thing. You kind of pick your potential finish line point and you ride to that. Whether he got there, he may have gone beyond where he was hoping, or more than likely just faded a little bit too early. But it's very difficult to judge it when the terrain is like this today.
When you look at a profile like this, you've both ridden this race in the past, and we're used to seeing, aren't we, in races, a climb, bit of flat, another climb maybe, and a little bit of flat. You know, is it what is it like for viewers that are watching this when you're seeing it just up and down all the time, really steep, tough climbs? Is there a point that you just get to where the fatigue is just you just black it out?
Yeah, it's different for different riders. There are those who relish a day like this, and there are those of us who were pretty much petrified by it. And you look at the profile, think, okay, I'm going to have to take the strain from fairly early on. Plenty of recovery points, but the trouble is if you're being distanced out the back, as we now see some start to move themselves up towards the front, but if the opportunity for recovery is diminished if you're losing a little bit of time and you're down towards the back all the time, constantly trying to move up in the peloton. And it's just that there's no one real big hit. It's just that constant relentlessness of the road going up and down, lefts and rights.
And for those riders that are potentially on an off day, again, it must just be purgatory down the back of the peloton.
Yeah, like you say, I think the hardest bit is when you're on the climb, you know the climb should be hurting, but it's the in-between ones where they're hurting even more than the real climb, and it's like, oh, you could see earlier after one of the, I think it was the first KOM, that it went uphill again for another couple of K that was quite hard. So yeah, it's just, if you're not on a good day, you're just not on a good day, and that's that.
Difficult. It's just difficult. It is the relentlessness of it, and it's those times where you think, and you look around at guys and you go, this is harder than the categorised club. We've just been over that, and they've been duking it out for the points at the top, but this one's harder, and you just have to scratch your head sometimes.
It's a bit like a Spanish flat stage in the Vuelta, isn't it? There's 3,000 metres of climbing, and you've been climbing for 20k before you actually hit the climb.
Yeah, that's the flat days. Yeah. when you get dropped in the neutralised, you can't even hang in the wheels on the neutralised sections when they go up the climbs.
Looking at the way this stage has gone so far, I mean, after Kirby Stephen, the way we've had the steep climbs earlier on, there's a danger here as well, isn't there, that riders could essentially wait too long before actually making a move to get a decisive gap.
Yeah, especially now with there only being one rider there, they'll be like, yep, I think we can maybe control this, but you just never know. Van Baal might just be tapping it out here and then really go full gas before the last climb. He's just, yeah, let's see.
Not far away now from the final intermediate sprint of the day. This man here, Dylan Van Baal, has taken the first 2. He will surely add another 3 seconds. Dylan Van Baal, hands on the drops. You can see the just constantly just taking a little glance down at his computer on his handlebars. 47.8 to go. 135 is his advantage. What for Van Baal here in this position? Looking at this time gap, realistically, do you think he could stay away?
I'm not sure. You never know what happens if he does stay away with a decent time to the foot of the climb. He might be wanting some guys to come across. He might be setting it up for someone else in Team Ineos. But yeah, he's just going to have to. He's committed now, hasn't he? So he's got to do something.
Well, that is the thing that I want one of those. In fact, if I could have a full pack of those, a peloton of those, I'd be a happy
What
man.
are those?
Well, they're either
llamas or
exactly. That was the question I was going to ask.
Are they
now.
alpacas?
I
Or
don't
exactly.
alpacas or llamas. I don't care. I just want one. I want something that looks like that.
would
You look like an alpaca keeper.
Would you put a saddle on it and
I want bees too.
ride
We're
it?
talking about. Would I? I probably would.
Yeah, I could
I'd
imagine
try.
you doing that, Rob. Yeah, you'd be. Yeah.
I could be a shepherd.
Definitely. I can see that. Definitely.
Yeah, you could be a shepherd, Rob.
Meanwhile, I've completely forgotten what I was going to talk about.
Farm animals.
Farm animals.
That's your favourite part of the world, this.
I know what I was going to say. Van Baal could very well be. He's out there, 1:29. He's putting pressure on other riders further back in the peloton here. Steve Cummins, usual spot
Favourite
at the
spot.
back. Will he ever go today? Well, it's possible, but he's been fairly relaxed up to this point. But when you look at the likes of Sivakov back in for Ineos back in the peloton, he doesn't have to chase. He can just afford to follow the riders and the teams that are chasing up front. So it could work twofold for Ineos and Van Baal. Obviously, if he stays away, then it's all good for them. But in the meantime, he's doing a good job by taking the pressure off his teammates and loading a little bit more work onto the other teams here. As we've got Israeli Cycling Academy moving up on the left, but Sunweb looking very good up there towards the front.
1 kilometre to go into the next iceberg sprint of the day. Our lone leader, Dylan Van Baal, he really has set things up beautifully. That chase behind, he wants these bonus seconds. Van Baal went into the stage 32nd overall at 25 seconds. He's already pulled back 6 seconds in the first intermediate sprints of the day. He is now looking to add another 3 to that, potentially in the group behind. Now, this could help Rory Townsend if he's got some legs for the sprint to maybe add a couple of points.
Yeah, maybe. I'm sure if he's feeling all right, he's gonna have a nudgy. All the points, all the more points, the better, isn't it?
Yeah, he can get up there and try and add some sprint points with the 3 riders up there. All the points were gone. Now that we now have just one solo leader as we go through Sedborough here, it all plays back into the hands of Rory Townsend, potentially. Sedborough as Dylan Van Baal out of the saddle. And I'll correct myself, I've pronounced it wrong all day. It's just Sedborough is our sprint point pick. So Dylan Van Baal up towards the line here with 45 kilometres to go. Just out of the saddle, sits down and settles back into his rhythm. He rides through the sprint point here in Sedborough, and it takes another 3 bonus seconds in that competition. And this is sort of towards the general classification that he is looking at for. Still Steve Cummins on the back of the group here. We'll see if Canyon DHB, the team here in blue, have managed to get Rory Townsend back up towards the front. Van Baal Dylan Van Baal has gone through the intermediate sprint point. He's added another 3 points in the Iceberg Sprint classification. More importantly, he's given himself another 3 bonus seconds in the fight for the general classification. The peloton behind are about to go through Sedberg. We'll see if there's a sprint from the group behind. And there's the aerial shots. Can't quite make out who's gone through there from that aerial shot there, but there was a sprint.
Looks like Rory took 3rd there, I think, possibly. It looks like the red jersey on the left there.
Yeah, it does. So Rory Townsend up there. And everything, we've got another leader's jersey potentially at the front of that one. So if Rory Townsend's managed to take some points there, we'll get confirmation of that one. It does. It's now going back through the peloton at speed. Is Rory Townsend?
All I can say, Marty, is it doesn't matter how close you get your nose to that screen as you were. You're not going to see it from that shot. This is more like it.
There you go, Rory Townsend. And Dylan Groenewegen, it was, that was sprinting out for that one. So 2 points there for Groenewegen, 1 point goes to Rory Townsend. Interesting to see Dylan Groenewegen fighting it out here for this one.
He's obviously thinking of the general there.
Yeah, there we go. So Rory Townsend adds 1. So good, vigilant riding there from the leader in that red jersey competition. 43.2 to go. We're through Sedberg, and one of the leading book towns is Sedberg. There's confirmation of your results. So Dylan Van Baal 3, Dylan Groenewegen 2, Rory Townsend takes 1. What we're going to look at here, though, we look at Dylan Van Baal, we say, can he stay away? Probably not, but Dylan Van Baal's the sort of rider that should that group get up to him, he's that experienced, he's that much of a talent that as the group gets onto him, it's not like we see with other riders potentially where their breakaway group will just go straight past him. Dylan Van Baal's the sort of rider that can sit out there like this, and as the group comes up to him, he'll just latch on and he can potentially still win the stage.
Yeah, he looks effortless, just sat there on his own, doesn't he? He's just like, he's not cruising, but he looks to be cruising. He's in, yeah, he's just tapping it out really. So yeah, he'll be waiting for something to come up now, I think, for sure.
There's that old Greg LeMond thing, though, isn't it? It never gets easier. You just get faster.
Yeah, there is. That's one way to put it.
Or slower.
In my case, slower. Yeah. I'm also gravitationally challenged. I was never built to, designed to go up hills.
Gravity is an evil thing,
Isn't it?
unless you're going downhill, and then it's your friend.
Your best friend.
Your best friend.
Philippe Valschleben on the back here for Corendon Circus. Another cyclocross rider is Philippe Valschleben, and the Canyon DHP riders just in front of them. So their teammate has managed to take some more points in that. Valschleben here is looks like he's got a jacket in his shoulders there, just waiting for that team car to come up. And it's difficult for the team cars to get through on these narrow roads as well, because when you get signalled you've got to come up, it's difficult to get past.
Yeah, then here's a real good illustration of why you don't really want to be going back to the car if you can help it. Why for the 3 riders and Dylan Van Baal, he's had a relatively relaxed ride in terms of the logistics of picking up stuff from the team car, whether it's dropping clothing off or picking up food and bottles. Because your team car's there, but here you imagine that the riders up towards the front. So the guys of Mitchelton Scott, we saw Matteo Trentin coming up with bottles for his teammates, and that's what you've got to do. Unless you can pick up from the side of the road from the static feed, you've got to drop all the way to the back, get your car, and then imagine if you've got to get your teammates, Mitchelton Scott, they're up the front. How do you get from here to there up the front where they are on this road? Well, it's nigh on impossible. Very difficult. It takes time.
Yeah. Andy Tennant here, number 121. Alex Coleman, the Belgian with the most English name that you can get there. Alex Coleman on the rider down on the side there.
Touch of wheels.
So one of the Canyon DHB riders has gone down there.
Tom Stewart there.
Just picking himself up. like he landed on his feet there, potentially. Took a real tumble on that descent. Just trying to get the bike up, Tom Stewart. Just takes that moment, doesn't it, just to double check that he's okay. The doctor's with him, so he's gone down there. Just getting out of everybody's way there. Reese Britton just avoiding him. And as the doctor says, just taking the moment as well. This is what you need to do, just to take that moment, just to calm him down a little bit.
Here we go. How does a pro bike rider put his chain back on? Most of the time you wait for the mechanic. I'm not saying he's mechanically challenged there, but he stood the wrong side of the bike and I think a little bit of difficulty.
I think Tom's normally good with mechanics, so I think he was in a bit of a
Heat of the
pickle
moment,
there.
yeah, heat of the moment.
Some great land art there from Sed Bascoul. Nice to see that. That's a great piece of land art. This Sed Bascoul art there. Nicely done. There's a land art competition going on this week in the Over Energy Tour of Britain. Also, the Wahooligan Most Combative Rider, the Combativity Award. You can vote for that on Twitter as well. If you're onto @Tour of Britain on Twitter, you'll be able to vote for that one a little bit later on. Tom Stewart is back on his way here. All the cars coming past.
It looks like he's on the same bike there. Didn't have to change bike. He got his chain back on and got going again.
The issue that he's going to have here is he's got the third category climb coming up very soon. Tops out at 35.2k to go. It's only 1.8k long. So by the time if he does get to the back onto the peloton by the foot of it, he's then on the back foot because he's got to recover from that effort while taking the climb, which is difficult.
Yeah, I feel for Tom there. You know, I don't think he'll be seeing the front of the race again, really. So yeah, it's a bit of a shame from my mate there, Tom.
It's just about trying to ride into the finish, let yourself recover, stay. You know, you shouldn't have any problem now within 40k to go of staying within time limits and that kind of thing.
No, it's just a difficult scenario that he's found himself in.
We're heading towards the final categorised climb of the day. If you've been with us throughout today's stage, plenty of uncategorised climbs along the route today. It's been a tough day for the riders. So as we go through the Yorkshire Dales, Dent Dale is where we're getting close towards Gorthop, the only one of the Yorkshire Dales to drain westwards, apparently. Frederick Frison still keeping that tempo on the front here. Jack Bauer, he's been there for many, many kilometres, as has Eduardo Affini. Alex Edmondson is the rider that sat in front of Matteo Trentin. And Alex Edmondson, he sits in 9th overall himself, Alex Edmondson of Mitchelton Scots.
He said Jack Bauer's been there for a few kilometres or something. I think he's been there a few days, hasn't he?
I was going to say, he's been there since
When
I don't know. What day is it today?
We're on day 4, Rob.
It's Saturday. Every day's a Saturday in my life.
Tuesday, I think, is it?
Unless it's Friday night.
Tuesday.
Yeah, he has. He's been there. He's been there pretty much since Matteo Trentin took the jersey, really, hasn't he?
What day was that?
Come on, Rob.
Stay with us, Rob. Come on.
Not long to go, Rob.
Back in the room.
Team Sunweb moving up as well. Let's have a look at the aerial shot here. Ben Swift, you can see there in that white jersey with the red, white and blue bands as the British national champion. Teish Benoot getting brought up as well towards the front. And a lot of people always say the more Teish Benoot, the more his back bends, the more he twists, the more effort that you can see he's having to make, and the better he's going.
He's like a coiled spring. And waiting to be sprung. One or two riders in here. We're looking forward to this next 37k.
I think there will be some springs springing into action really anytime soon.
There will. Right, guys. Let's put our necks on the line. Let's stage predictions now. Let's go for it.
First across the line, definitely going to win.
Who's your money on today, Rob?
On a day like today.
Come on.
Let's have a look at the list. Who's riding today?
Russ, who are you
Go
going
on, keep
for
talking.
today?
I'll come back to
Do you want me to go first?
Go on then.
I'll go first.
Do you want to go first? Just in case I steal your prediction
yeah,
again.
not having it like yesterday. I think Van der Poel's going to be very, very disappointed from yesterday. You know, he got slightly...
King of the Mountains start the final one of the day here. Gorth at 1.8 kilometers. Dylan van Baal has a little glance across. You can see average gradient of 9.6%, maximum gradients of 15.8. The gap is right down. They have pulled him back. And perhaps for Van Baal, we're looking at the likes of Sivakov or those riders now for Ineos to try and launch something across to Van Baal and for him to give them a bit of a turn on this climb. So Russ is going for Mathieu van der Poel in the King of the Mountains. Who are you going for, Rob? Or they've staged, rather.
For the stage. Here we go.
I'm going to go with Teish Benoot for the stage today. He's moving up towards the front here. So we're getting some movement from the group behind. This is the final categorized climb of the day. The gap has dropped back rapidly from our leader, Dylan van Baal. That break with Axel Domont and Eddie Dunbar is back within striking distance.
I think you're going to have to be very near the front here. You can see it's steep, it's narrow, so there's not much room for error, really.
So Team Sunweb, lots of riders that could challenge today. Chad Hager, Chris Hamilton, those sort of riders could be up there, and it's just disintegrating now under the pressure of these attacks at the head of the race. So Mitchelton Scott have been trying to control this right up till this point. This is where we thought this stage could potentially really come alive here, and look at the gaps that are opening in the peloton.
Yep, it's really started to explode now, and riders at the back, well, they'll be looking as just see the Sunweb rider going out the back as we get to the front of the race now. Is that Moscon having a dig? Looks like Gianni Moscon having a go. Sivakov just in the wheel. Van der Poel is there. Teish Benoot also there.
Matteo Trentin, is he starting to look a little bit trouble here? The green jersey just drifting back. You can see him at the bottom of your picture, just in front of Ben Swift. So Ineos topping the group here. They've swept up Van Baal, so Moscon, Van der Poel, Benoot, Sivakov. That looks like Alex Camp that's also up there for Rewal Readiness. So in the group,
I think James Shaw's just in there as well from Swift Carbon, so he's doing a great ride up there with some class riders.
Moscon really putting the hammer down now, trying to put the hurt on, and well, the green jersey is out of the shot at the moment. Matteo Trentin, is he under pressure? His teammates, how much more can they give for him? Because, well, they've done so much work up to this point, certainly with the likes of Bauer.
they have Chris Hamilton is in there as well for Team Sunweb, it looks like. So Hamilton's there. Trentin just gets brought on here. So they move him up. So he just gets brought back onto the back of there. Looks like the style of Mikel Landa there as well. And that Movistar jersey is Landa potentially going to have a go. He just tries to find his way through there on the inside. Van der Poel, though, here we go. Again, the attack goes in. Gianni Moscon, Teish Benoot, Matt Holmes is up there for Madison Genesis. It's Andre Amador, that's the Movistar rider that's in there. Can they stretch enough of the peloton here? Is Van der Poel about to have a go? Moscon's on the front, keeping that tempo high. Matt Holmes doing a great ride in there for Madison Genesis. James Shaw is there. Let's have a look. The EF Education First rider just on the outside. Armand Gröndal Janssen is also there, but many riders hanging on to this group here. You can just see this slope's really starting to bite. Van der Poel looks comfortable in third wheel. Teish Benoot just adjusting his computer on the handlebars of the bike there. Sivakov is sat third wheel, has a little glance across. James Shaw for Swift Carbon Pro Cycling is right there. There's Matteo Trentin. The Israel Cycling Academy team jerseys just coming up as well. Ben Swift is also still in striking distance in this group. Again, on Moscon out of the saddle. Teish Benoot looks comfortable sat there in second wheel. We're waiting for the move. Simon Clark just moving up here for EF Education First. Teish Benoot now after that big turn. Benoot turns the pressure up on the front here. Clark rides up in the pink there of EF Education First. Teish Benoot, Ben Herman's just in there in the light blue and white colours of the Israel Cycling Academy. Is anyone going to launch a big move here? Sivikov rides back up there, wearing... there goes Ben Hermans on the outside. Hermans finds his way through. James Shaw for Swift Carbon Pro Cycling. Hermans manoeuvres his way through towards the front. He found himself on the grass. Van der Poel now latches onto the wheel of James Shaw Hermans, as we've said, in the light blue and white colours of the Israel Cycling Academy. But Benoot looked like, as we said, the coiled spring now. Teish Benoot was winding up that attack, and it's Ben Hermans that reacts. It's the Lotto Soudal rider. Takes one glance back over the shoulder as Ben Hermans crosses the gap. Sivikov, Van der Poel all go with him. Hermans now makes the move. Clark tries to get on for EF Education first. Hermans comes through. He takes maximum points over the top of the climb for the Israel Cycling Academy team, but it's all about trying to drag this group clear now. This is all about general classification, and Trentin is still very much to the front of this group.
Yep, Trentin doing an absolutely superb job there. Just limiting any of his losses, and he's in on the coattails. He's got two teammates not too far behind him, so that will be of help. And it's taken till that manoeuvre there, that move by Teish Benoot, to really put the hammer down, to stretch things out. James Shaw just setting it up for him. The former Lotto Soudal rider, the British rider, put himself back in the shop window for everybody else to see. And really, look at that. It's absolutely exploded, the peloton now.
It has indeed. Matt Walls just on the back here for the Great Britain national team. Just ahead of him, Davide Chimolai of the Israel Cycling Academy. Benoot grabs himself a bottle from the side. Hermans comes past him and attacks for the summit of Gorthorpe. Just getting up there, so Pavel Sivikov. So Benoot goes over the top in second place there. Now let's have a look at this group. So looking around here, so it's James Shaw on the front that's putting the hammer down for Swift Carbon. Ben Hermans, this is a very select group that's going clear. There's the gap back to the next chasers on the road. The way we're rocking and rolling across the Yorkshire Dales National Park here. This move, can this group behind drag this one back, or can this select leading group just go clear? We're over the top of the final categorized climb of the day. We're heading towards Kendal.
And
so the group here. Trentin comes up towards the front. Van der Poel is will be happy that he's made this group. Can they press on here? Can they get this group organised quickly enough? That's a decent-sized group that's trying to come across. Little flick of the elbow from the riders on the front. They see that group just ahead of them. So we'll see how many of the riders in this group here get a nod from the team managers that they're happy to let this one go, because there's not a huge amount of teams that have missed this move.
no, and it's difficult at this point in the race to know exactly who's up there, which combination of riders and teams are up the front, because it's so easy to miss it. You only have to be 3 or 4 riders back. You know that there are riders up the road, but the combination of those and the ingredient of the front group can be difficult to work out.
Grundal Janssen is in there. There's the gap back to that group behind. Dimension Data.
I think it looks like Connor Swift on the front of that peloton there, trying to bring it back for GB.
He is just coming across that gap. Matteo Trentin doing the right thing, just sat on the back of the group here. Matt Holmes, good ride by Matt Holmes that's made it in here. And that could bring it, that all comes back together there, that group. It's not the... it's a fairly decent-sized group. It's not the whole peloton. It's this Galopan that's now coming through towards the front to put in a move.
It's certainly not been as selective as many of them may have wanted, but we've still got no categorised climbs to come, but there is still a little bit of grippy section before they even get to the final climb and the drag up towards the finish.
I love these roads as well. The way it just rocks and rolls over the top of here. It looks great.
We're looking at probably 40 guys in this front group, or possibly less, eh?
Some riders that have been distanced off the back. Again, a tough day and that tough climb. It wasn't long, but it was what we expected. And again, coming over the top of here, there's not really a huge amount of flat. We're still climbing. You can see the countryside that we're riding through here.
Yeah, it's difficult, and a little bit of a wind there as well in the face. And quite exposed from one side. Sivakov now has another little dig, puts a move in.
So Pavel Sivakov just off the front. Alex Edmondson reacts for Mitchelton Scott. So Trentin will be happy he's got some teammates in here to help defend this one. Trentin's moved himself up towards the front of this group. Vanderpool potentially, he just wants this group to go in towards the finish. Vanderpool would be happy that he could kick up this final climb, take the stage, and potentially, if it's just 5 seconds, maybe, that we'll see. But the uncategorized climbs as we run in towards Kendall as well, we expect this group now to just go attack after attack after attack and just try and thin this group down just a little bit.
Yeah, and even across the line, there should be some time gaps. It won't, the group won't cross the line, I don't think, in its entirety. It will get split, and you've just got to be up towards the front as much as you can.
As Trentin is now, he's right on the front, so he's doing a great job here.
Well, he can afford to defend, can't he? He's got teammates with him. He needs to back things off if he can.
They have the attacks. So Trentin came through to the front just to neutralise the front of this group. Edmondson defends for Mitchelton Scott.
Yep, Amador for Movistar going off the front, but he's got a Mitchelton Scott rider straight in the wheel. He's not going to do anything. Is that Moss gone, having a go?
And then there's some rider as well, so yeah, it's a good combination there.
It is, there you go. So there's the gap in the top. There's the gap between the groups. There's a shot of one of the groups behind. That leading group.
It's one of the issues, isn't it, now, for the riders up the front, is the fact that if they have an issue at this point, they're going to have to rely on teammates, because the team car will look at the distance to the riders up front. Their team car is a long way back.
They also have that barrage in place. Just one lonely rider in the gap in between as we fly up towards our leading group here. The time gap being shown is the gap back from the Matteo Trentin group to the next group behind. The two select groups at the front have come together. We are inside 30 kilometers to go of today's stage. Our green jersey, there's this 154. We're heading in towards Kendall. We're being told this is the second group on the road. Our helicopter doing a great job here, doing a fly past just to show where the various groups are on the road. It's pretty fair to say that this race has exploded on that climb.
Yeah, it looks like there's 4 or 5 guys that were just clipping off when we last had them in shot, and they've got 100 meters gap on the front group. So yeah, I think it looks to be coming back now actually.
So there you have it. There's the aerial shot. Plenty of attacks around the various groups. There's another group on the road. So as we said, we're flying through our various groups, and you can just see how tough this is out here. There's very little flat road, if any, today that we have seen throughout this stage from Gateshead to Kendall. It's giving us everything that we could ask for. A very select leading group are at the front of this one. Matteo Trentin has been trying to just take the pressure out of the group and try and calm things down at the head of the race. He's got some teammates in there, particularly Alex Edmondson, who sits 9th overall in the general classification. Lots of just attacks going in from this group now. Looking on the road here, though, the gaps between this group and the chasing groups behind, it's going to be very difficult for any of those groups to come back to this one.
Well, the trouble is for the group further back, the reason why they're out the back is because they're not as strong as in this point of the race as these. So generally the gaps start to open up. It needs to be a real concerted chase of riders at the back. But when you look at the riders willing to commit to the front, at the front of the race here, it's going to be extremely difficult, especially on these roads. You can only go so fast when it's technical like this. And plenty of riders wanting to keep themselves up the front and ride for teammates further back in this front group.
So the rider on the back here, Jasper de Boist. And also making it in there as well. Stephen Cummings is in this group as well.
Well, he's been on the back most of the time.
Ben Swift now making a move. Matteo Trentin. So Ben Swift, the British national champion, is in that group. So just coming on the back there. So these groups again, just keeping track. It's a little bit cumbersome to get organised here.
It's like a computer game, isn't it? This now, it really is. The stress within a lot of the riders. Some will revel on this sort of terrain when it's really tight and fast. Others just a little bit more nervous.
So good to see some of the Wiggins LaCole jerseys in there as well. Madison Genesis, Amador has another dig here. Edmondson is the rider that is just managing this group for Trentin. There's Simon Clark. Amador looks like animated here today.
Good legs, Movistar rider.
So the attack going in there, Mark Christian from Wiggins LaCole. Mark Christian, I think the other rider in there is Mark Donovan for them.
Mikel Chirel just goes through, AG2 Le Mondial, checks over his shoulder.
Mike Turnerson is there as well for Jumbo Visma. Turnerson could see him in there as well, and Vanderpool's got some help.
Gianni Moscon, it's another little move, just following the wheel of Van der Poel.
Van der Poel makes his move. So Mathieu Van der Poel for Corendon Circus. Moscon manages that one.
They need to put Trentin under pressure if they can. The green jersey, they've got to try and put the cosh on him if they can. Try and soften him up.
Yeah, he's sitting quite far back in this group, but he's got other riders that are helping him stay in the game, really.
Grøndal Jansen, the next man to make his move. Armin Grøndal Jansen here for Jumbo Visma, and again the counter comes from the group behind. Edmondson is here just managing this group for Matteo Trentin. Ben Swift just crossing that gap as well behind. Again, it's Alex Edmondson. He's doing a great job just managing this here at the moment, isn't he?
Yeah, he's the second place best GC rider for Michelin Scott, and he's doing a great job.
Indeed. Is Sivakov now going to make this big move now? Pavel Sivakov comes from about halfway down the group, hits the front at full speed. Does Pavel Sivakov, gives you a great example through 25 kilometers to go. The Ineos rider, the Russian, gives you a great example there of where to attack down through the group. So the Armin Grøndal Jansen.
You could actually see people panicking there when he went. They were just, we need to go with this. We need to go, and look how strung out it is now.
Yeah, it's really pulling. Niels Pollitt is there for Katusha, and Amador again for Movistar. Clark, by the looks of it, for EF Education.
It's a great show there of where you attack from as Simon Clark now makes his move. Pavel Sivakov about halfway down the group. That's by the time you get to the front, you're at warp speed.
Matteo Trentin, second place.
This is what Trentin's got to do in this situation, though, isn't he? He's got Edmondson in there. Edmondson's going to have only so much riding in, but as they always say, excuse the cliche, best form of defence is attack.
He's definitely doing that now. Yeah, so he was a little bit out of position just before the last attack, but he's in good position now.
I think it shows the legs that he's got, doesn't it? The form that he's got and the confidence to be able to do that, move himself up.
Indeed, so Niels Pollitt, you can see there, just gets onto the back of the group, of this little forward part of the group. Is that Mikael Lander that's in there as well? Or is it still Amador? Apologies. Just Matthew van der Poel's a little bit further down the group. Sivakov just keeping on the pressure here. Just the little attacks going in. So van der Poel's got some teammates that are in this group.
I think there's only 14 or 15 riders in this group at the moment.
So we're heading towards 20 kilometres to go. Russ Downing's got some other bits and pieces to do. We'll thank Russ for his input today. We'll catch up with him again tomorrow, and we'll see if your pick Matthew van der Poel wins the stage.
Yeah, he's looking good, so hopefully I can pick a winner today. Thanks, guys.
All right, we'll see Russ tomorrow. So again, a little bit of pressure goes out of the group. The Movistar rider, Andre Amador, just makes another attack. Niels Pollitt straight on him. AG2R, Le Mondial are up there trying to keep into the action here. Charel, it's up there. Christian, Hamilton, and then Turnison. Van der Poel just gets on as well. We've got one rider in there as well for Wanty Group, Gobert.
Van der Poel again. He's got some legs on him at the moment. So active. He doesn't mind exposing himself, does he? Stretching everybody else out behind him.
So the two cyclocross riders, Mathieu van der Poel, Mike Turnison, and then Matteo Trentin gets onto the back, and you just see the reaction coming from the group behind. Confirmation of Gorthorpe, Category 3, King of the Mountains. Hermans that went over the top from Benoit, Sivakov and van der Poel. But it was all about the attacks for the general classification and the stage. The 1:30 is the gap being shown from the green jersey group back to the next group on the road. And a very select group, just the attacks going in thick and fast over the top here of Kirkby Lonsdale. So the historic market town in the heart of the Loon Valley is Kirkby Lonsdale. Now the counter here. So Mike Turnison has a look around. Edmondson gets himself up there as well. Gianni Moscon. Daniel Kangat is the EF Education First rider that's managing this one on this occasion. Ben Herman's getting up there as well. So through here. Flick of the elbow. Edmonton's not going to go anywhere. Edmonton's just trying to potentially, would you say here, Rob, just try and calm the group down.
Just police it. Yeah, just police it down. Doesn't have to go on the offensive.
Connor Swift on the back there. Cameron Mayer just ahead of him as well. So good to see Connor Swift. We saw him on the front of the group, just trying to come across. Teish Benoot now goes. Teish Benoot with Andre Amador. So some riders coming onto the back of that group as well. Some of the attacks here. Benoot, Sivakov again. That start of Sivakov. Matt Holmes for Madison Genesis. Matt Holmes. We saw Matt Holmes last year on the attack day after day after day. This year, looking like a much more measured rider, being there when he wants to be there.
Yeah, being patient, but just not really hitting the wind, but following the wheels and doing the right thing at the moment. And when you look at the riders who he's amongst, it's he really is punching above his weight in terms of his stature as a rider within this peloton, riding absolutely superbly well.
He is indeed. Who's going to be the next rider to go? 20 kilometers to go to the finish. This is your chasing group. And being led here by Sebastian Langeveld. So 1 minute and 44 seconds is the gap. St Mary's land art, so nicely done there. It's nice to see them all have ridden to school today. So nice piece of land art there. Good job, St Mary's. Mikael Golash now is the next rider to try their luck off the front here for Team Ineos. They're all being given their freedom today from the look of it.
Yeah, just, well, trying to make things hard, aren't they? Just stretch things out, give the green jersey a little bit of a kicking if they can. Just try and soften him up, but it's still quite a decent-sized group. big group there, but Simon Clark, EF Education, looking good.
So we're inside 20 kilometers to go. A very select leading group heading towards Kendal. Ben Swift swings off the front. Tony Gallopin is there. So plenty of riders here. Jimmy Janssens comes through here for Corendon Circus. Clark very much the front of this one. Matteo Trentin, he's got to manage this group with those riders around him. For Van der Poel, plenty of teammates. Jimmy Janssens on the front. Luke Durbridge still there. Hector Carretero in the centre there for Team Movistar. Cameron Mayer now pedals through towards the front. Mitchelton Scott look like they're going to try and take the wind out of the sails here. Did they bring Trentin back up?
Yeah, just try and calm things down a little bit. Just ride tempo, stops those attacks. Just to keep the pace relatively high. But now we see Movistar growing in numbers. A couple of riders up there.
So this is the terrain that the riders are going to tackle all the way in to Kendal, and then that steep climb to finish. So the aerial shot of the group here. Swift is there, Cummings is down the back for dimension data. Three riders in here for Team Movistar.
Still good numbers when you bear in mind the amount of work that they've done. Okay, it's not necessarily been with these riders itself, but still have only lost 2 riders from the Mitchelton Scott squad. That's good for them.
It is indeed. So James Shaw there coming through. Christian and Donovan are up there. So there's Matteo Trentin, Matt Holmes from Madison Genesis, right on the wheel, putting himself in the shop window is Matt Holmes. Carlos Verona is another one of the Movistar riders that's to the front of this one. Movistar with Andre Amador in there as well. Turnus and Cummings now moves up. You've almost got that sixth sense, haven't you, as a rider, when you've been into a finish like this before. He was there with Vermotta. He was second on the stage. He won this race overall. You just start to pick out the run-in again in towards the finish.
Yeah, and he's moving himself up just a little bit at a time. Not exposing himself too much.
Ben Hermans again coming up towards the front here for Israel Cycling Academy. The other rider as well, Danilo Viss is in there. Danilo Viss.
And here we go. AG2R, Le Mondial. Is that Gallopin?
Yeah, looks like Tony Gallopin now going off the front here for AG2R Le Mondial. Gallopin, a rider that we were talking about earlier on. Tony Gallopin, a good time trialist as well. Gallopin could be a favourite for this race overall, the AG2R Le Mondial man. Waiting late on. We haven't seen him. He's such an experienced rider. Just manages the stage and through the groups up to the front group. This is a decent gap now for Gallopin. It's Cameron Mayer, someone that we haven't seen on the front so far today. His job, just sit back and try and wait. Keep your energy levels as high as you can throughout the stage for when you need to do the job later on in the day, and that is the job that he is doing now for Matteo Trentin.
Gallopin, 45 seconds off the general classification.
Tony Gallopin of AG2R Le Mondial, the rider that's just clipped off the front here as we head towards Kendal. It's only a small advantage, 7 seconds we're being shown. It's Mitchelton Scott with Cameron Mayer on the front defending for Matteo Trentin. If he leads Davide Cimalai, who is not in this group, by 7 seconds. Jasper de Bois was up there in fourth. Matthew van der Poel was third going into the stage as well. He's in this group. Mike Turnison was fifth going into today's stage at 13 seconds. He is also in here. Simon Clark of EF Education First was sixth at 16 seconds. He's here. Ben Swift, we've seen him, the British national champion. You can see him in that bright white jersey with the red, white and blue bands round the centre. Loic Vliegen was up there in the general classification. We've got one Wanty Group Gobert rider in this group. They haven't identified at the moment, but it could be Loic Vliegen. Loic can get over terrain such as this. Danilo Vis was 10th, Alex Edmondson 9th. They are both in this select group. But Tony Gallopin, the French rider from AG2R Le Mondial, is a decent time trialist.
He's got himself a handy 8 seconds at the moment, but still some climbing to be done. And then the descent down in towards Kendal, and then the finale, last few hundred metres up this very steep climb up towards the finish line.
Indeed. Now into time trial mode is Tony Gallopin, where the work being done off the front here. 11 seconds we're being shown for Gallopin. It's just going out a little bit at a time. As a glance back over the shoulder, does Gallopin, is this his race-winning move? Can he stretch this advantage? 15 kilometers to go on the stage now. Our lone leader, Tony Gallopin, AG2R Le Mondial. It's still Mitchelton Scott on the front. Lots of attacks over the top of the final climb of the day, the final categorized climb of the day in Gorthup. The two Wiggins Lacole riders, Christian and Donovan, just coming up towards the front of the group. Gallopin, though, he's the sort of rider, they just get that advantage. He can just grind it out on the front.
Yeah, he's committed now, though, isn't he, as well? That's the thing, there's no real pace judgment in terms of holding too much back. But he does have the climb to come at the finish. That's the problem that he's got. One lone rider, and when he looks back, if he looks back, he will see 3 riders in front of race leader Matteo Trentin, and that's a big ask, especially when you've got the horsepower of Mitchelton Scott on the front, willing and able to chase. Holding at 12 seconds, though.
It is. It's a good advantage at the moment for Tony Gallopin. How long can he hold this one for? Can he stretch it? You can just see the rider there, Luke Durbridge, looks like coming through towards the front of this one. As Rob said, he's totally committed to him to this move now. This has got to be his race-winning move. If he's going to try and stay clear, he's got to give it absolutely everything that he's got. As you see his teammates just coming up in those brown, white and blue jerseys for AG2R Le Mondial up towards the front. Those are the gaps back from this group. So 12 seconds back to the green jersey group, 2 minutes back to the chasing group behind. But as we said, going into today's stage, anyone who had designs on taking this race overall at the end of stage 8 in Manchester, they have to make sure that they are in this group. So our leader and winner of this year's Ergo Energy Tour of Britain is going to come from either this lone leader, if he could ride in towards the finish, or that chasing group behind.
Well, they've knocked a second off that, and the trouble is he's still well within sight on those occasions at this point here, where the road straightens out. It's still a fairly big group, isn't it? What's that, 40, 45 riders, something like that, in the front group.
It is, there you have it. There's the overhead shot of the group. So Cameron Mayer, Luke Durbridge, Alex Edmondson, all in front of Matteo Trentin, doing the job for him. now the attack comes out of the group. That looks like Ben Hermans now on that rise. So these categorized climbs, he's an instinctive rider, is Hermans. James Shaw reacts for Swift Carbon Pro Cycling out of the group. This will be good for Tony Gallopin if Hermans can get on, and Shaw here, the British rider, former rider with Lotto Soudal. That's where we first saw him here in the Tour of Britain, and it looks like he's on great form. Gets himself up here to Ben Hermans, multiple stages of the general classification in the Tour of Utah recently. Now looking to go here and try and take the lead in the Tour of Britain. Gallopin has a glance back over the shoulder, takes the opportunity now just to take a drink.
James Shaw, 29th on general classification, 25 seconds. So that's useful for him. Hermans also at 25 seconds.
So James Shaw crosses the gap here. As we say, the rider that's dropped down from the World Tour down to the Continental team of Swift Carbon Pro Cycling, but he'll be thankful for his opportunity to be able to put himself back into the shop window of the teams, especially the World Tour teams. The rider that's got the talent of James Shaw to try and step back up to the highest level, a stage win or the general classification in this race would go a long way for that, wouldn't it?
Certainly would. There's a couple of riders just trying to move up, but still on the front, Mitchelton Scott lining that group out. 14 seconds, it's gone out just a little bit, and Tony Gallopin will certainly be happy that he's been joined by these two riders to help aid and abet that advantage that he took out on his own.
So James Shaw, the 23-year-old British rider for Swift Carbon Pro Cycling. Let's have a look at the aerial shot here of the group. So the teammates of Hermans just coming up to assist him in that one. Tom van Asbroek is the rider there, number 116. So the three Movistar riders there as well. So Andre Amador, Eduardo Sepulveda, and Carlos Verona. Those are the three riders that are in there. Grøndal Jansen and Turnesen. Pollitt is still in there as well. Still Mikko Schirel up here, just defending right onto the back wheel now of Matteo Trentin.
Plenty of numbers for Mitchelton Scott. Riding superbly well.
So the finish, we're heading towards Beast Banks in Kendal, a finish that we know very well in this race. And the finish into Kendal, it's got a maximum gradient of 16%, and it's the climb has been used on all three previous finishes in Kendal. Cameron Mayer on the front. Luke Durbridge right on the wheel, and again the terrain in towards Kendal here, Rob. It's very difficult if this breakaway manages to build a substantial advantage. It's very difficult to control.
Yeah, it's very lumpy, difficult, tight turn onto the run-in as well. Simon Clark on the back, got himself in this move. Very strong rider. Good for the finish here today as well. Just going through the gears in the pink on the back there on the right.
Back up to this trio, Gallopin, Shaw and Hermans, a good group off the front here. And again, not just James Shaw for Swift Carbon Pro Cycling, the little British team. This is, you know, this is a bit like...
This is right up there.
You know, this is a bit like your FA Cup matches where you've got a small team going up against the likes of Manchester United. If James Shaw could take the stage here, this would be massive for this team as well.
Absolutely huge. And yeah, themselves in the right position, James Shaw, and holding that advantage, bearing in mind who it is who's chasing on the front of this group.
So Matteo Trentin, his team, what a job they have done today for him. The work done by Eduardo Affini and Jack Bauer on the front. It's now down to Cameron Mayer, Luke Durbridge and Alex Edmondson. Here come Team Ineos. They put everything out there today with Dylan Van Baarle and Eddie Dunbar. We've seen many riders on the attack. Mikhail Golash, Pavel Sivakov. 10 kilometres to go in towards the finish. Our trio, can they stay away to the finish? Tony Gallopin, James Shaw and Ben Hermans heading in towards Kendal. A regular visit here on the OVO Energy Tour of Britain. Will it be the Frenchman Gallopin that takes it? Will it be the Brit James Shaw? Or will it be Ben Hermans that takes the stage for Israel Cycling Academy?
Well, every time the road goes downhill, it goes to the advantage of these three riders. But unfortunately for them, there is still plenty of uphill ascent between here and the finish line.
Mitchelton Scott, Matteo Trentin being managed by Mikkel Charel of AG2 Island Mondial. Then you have Verona, Amador and Sepulveda. Right on the back here, Gianni Moscon, right ahead of him. Simon Clark in this group for EF Education first.
Seconds, it's growing, it's going out. I think the advantage with having obviously three riders as opposed to just Gallopin on his own is starting to show. So close yet so far from the finish though.
It is indeed. I'll just run you through some of the riders we got in here, trying to get down and get the whole group that we've got. So there may be some discrepancies in there, so I've done my best. So you've got Trentin is in there, Sivikov, Amador is there, Holmes, Janssen, Benoit, Moscon, Clarks. We've got both Swifts in there, Cotter Swift, Ben Swift, Jasper de Voist, I think is in there. I've got a question mark by him. Teish Benoit is definitely in there, Teish Benoit. We've got Matthew Van der Poel, Mikkel Charel, Mike Turnison, Luke Durbridge, Alex Egmondson, Mikko Golash. You've got Sepulveda, you've got Eriksson in there, the Swedish national champion. Sprengers is in there as well for Sport Flandre Baloise. Carlos Verona is in there, and then you've got Cameron Mayer, Niels Pollitt, and then Stock and Hamilton, Florian Stock and Chris Hamilton in there for Team Sunweb. There are a few more. I'm just trying to get all of them.
That's the trouble, it's difficult, and that's the thing, it's difficult for the riders as well to know exactly who's there. At this point, though, the racing really on as expected. 7.5k to go, 22 seconds, it's got that advantage.
It is, they're building this now, a good combination of riders. Ben Hermans was someone that we talked about way back at the beginning part of today's stage as a potential winner of the stage and the race overall. Tony Gallopin was another one. James Shaw, someone that Matt Barbette was talking about this morning as well. And Janto Barker, both tips for the stage today. But this group, Hermans, Gallopin and Shaw, extending its advantage. If they get out towards 30 seconds, that's a race-winning advantage here.
Yeah, obviously the more time they get, the more advantage that they have, the better their chances. But at what point, with three riders from three separate teams, at which point in the race do they have to look at each other and say, right, well, if I commit 100% to the front, I'm just going to drag one of you to the win. So there is the potential, obviously, for the cat and mouse, whereas Mitchelton Scott on the front, 2-3 riders there for Matteo Trentin. They can ride all the way in towards the finish, full gas, full commitment. They don't have to cross the line first. But these guys here, at what point do they start to think about the stage win?
We walked this climb a little bit earlier on, didn't we? If you're in this breakaway group as well, it's very steep at the bottom, isn't it? And then it kind of levels off. Doesn't level off, it dips down very slightly. The gradient gets a little bit less severe as we go towards the top. Coming into that finish, out of a trio like this, is it just going to be a grind out and or where would you make your move if you were coming into this finish?
You've got to time it, haven't you? If you go too early and then that's it, your legs go on the gradient, it will just bite, and it will bite extremely hard, and that's it. As we see Ineos sending a rider onto the front because they know this is dangerous. Mitchelton Scott running out of riders now. There's just the one left ahead of Matteo Trentin there in the green jersey, sat in fifth wheel.
We have Matt Holmes moves up as well into third wheel here for Madison Genesis. So a lot of the domestic riders are riding well today, showing themselves against the World Tour and Pro Continental teams. For 25 seconds, this move started by Galopan of AG2R Le Mondial in that blue, white and brown colours. Ben Hermans with James Shaw, very, very vigilant James Shaw to get across to this group. Are we going to start to get some attacks? We can just see some moves under the trees here. It looks like now Team Ineos might have to come through en masse if they want to try and pull this one back. They've left it all down to Mitchelton Scott there on the back. Christian and Donovan, another two riders that we mentioned as well. Steve Cummings in there for Dimension Data. Danilo Viss is also there. Tej Benut now moves up. Trentin just trying to manage this group, but it's getting very scrappy in there.
It is, and it's finally just dropped a second there. It went up to 25, back to 24, so it's hanging in the balance at the moment. 5.4k to go, so they're rapidly running out of road, the riders behind, but there is still some difficult descents to come between here and the finish.
They are indeed. So these three riders, so going into today's stage, AG2R Le Mondial, Tony Galopan 54th at 45 seconds in the general classification. And the attacks now out of the group. Matt Holmes, it looks like, is that a Madison Genesis rider that's going on the attack here? Team Ineos getting right on him, 21 seconds your gap. Can they get across to our leaders? Team Ineos as well. Looking at this scenario, they're going to be disappointed with this one. We're heading towards 5 kilometers to go of the stage remaining. 5 kilometers to go now. And the breakaway group go through there. Galopan, Shaw and Hermans, the chasers behind. Matt Holmes and Gianni Moscon are the riders trying to cross. Tej Benut being marked here by Mikkel Charel. They don't want to let Moscon ride clear. And right on the wheel there, Pavel Sivakov. Trentin gets back in there as well. Tom van Asbroek, 5 kilometers to go now for the peloton. Mikhail Golash right on the wheel. The attacks now out of this group. They realise it's not going to be a concerted chase into the bottom of that climb. They're going to have to attack each other to try and get this trio back. But it's looking like advantage breakaway for the three riders. James Shaw, great to see him on such good form and showing himself at the front of this stage today.
9 or 10 seconds has been taken out of the advantage here for these three riders with those attacks. And look, it's the green jersey of Matteo Trentin. What form has he got? He doesn't have teammates with him anymore. They're stuck on the back of this group, but he's riding with such confidence at the moment.
They are indeed. Hermans attacking this descent. Through 4 kilometers to go. It's the Israel Cycling Academy team rider that's on the front. Tony Galopan, the Frenchman from AG2R Le Mondial on the back. It could be a dream day for the British rider. James Shaw from Swift Carbon Pro Cycling. Going into the stage, Shaw 29th at 25 seconds in the general classification. He was level with Hermans in that one. As we said, there's a bit of a gap back to Tony Galopan in the GC. He's at 45. So 10, 6 and 4 bonus seconds on the line. Matteo Trentin is fighting to try and keep hold of this green jersey as the leader of the OVO Energy Tour of Britain. The Ineos riders descend back on to Matteo Trentin, but this is all he can do now, Trentin, to try and defend this one. He's just trying to encourage a little bit of attacks coming over the top to just keep that momentum.
Well, he can afford to defend to a certain extent when you look at the riders up front. 25 seconds is the biggest advantage for them, but let's not forget 10-second time bonus on the line as well. So at the moment he's kind of nullified everything, but going on the offensive is Matteo Trentin, riding with such confidence.
He is indeed. What a race Swift Carbon Pro Cycling are having. They've got Jacob Scott in the King of the Mountains jersey. James Shaw chasing down a stage victory. Tom van Asbroek is managing the moves here for Ben Hermans. Dimension Data coming up as well. Viss and Cummings are up towards the front. We're not far away now from the finish. This climb, 600 meters of gradient that they have, 11% average, 16% maximum. Now the Mitchelton Scott team wrestle their way back through to the front to try and pull this back. 2 kilometers to go. Shaw on the front, burying himself to try and keep this group clear. Can they stay off the front? Just 12 seconds is the advantage. That could disappear in the blink of an eye if this group start to charge from behind on this climb. Swift is up there for Team Ineos. Van Asbroek is here just in case this group comes back. You can see him just fiddling with his shoes, tightening them up. James Shaw now is just clipping off the front of this group. He will know this finish, will James Shaw, through the town now. They go through the 1 kilometer to go, and then they will swing up the climb of Beast Banks with 600 meters remaining.
Well, nice fast run in, and then sharp turn up Beast Banks. As you say, Shaw knows it, and well, that can be of great help, especially if you've got the legs, which he seems to have at the moment. 11 seconds, it's actually coming down, and that lead out back in the peloton from Mitchelton Scott doing its job.
Galopin just missing a turn now through the Flamme Rouge with 1 kilometer to go. They swing off the front. There could be no messing around now out of this leading group. James Shaw, Ben Hermans is cooked, I think, from this one. He drops to the back. Galopin has to make the effort. James Shaw, you saw him just venting his frustration over these 2 riders. They're going to leave the Brit now on the front, but as we said, this gap can just disappear. It's not huge. James Shaw on the front. Galopin, though, has got to do the work, or this group, the charge from behind, will just eat into that slender advantage of this one. They've got to keep racing all the way to the top of this climb. Galopin has a look back over the shoulder. It's a steep climb. Ben Hermans moves up onto the wheel of Tony Galopin. Shaw's done the right thing, just manoeuvring them through to the front. But they've got to make this effort as they swing right now. Maybe expect James Shaw to try and take a flyer from the back of this group if they start to look around. Galopin looks back. They cannot mess around here at all, or that group will be right on them. Galopin, Hermans and Shaw. The helicopter now just pans out. And here comes the chase behind. Turnison, Clark is there. Van Asbroek, Trentin, Swift there. Here comes Van der Poel. Mathieu Van der Poel. The gap is closed. Mathieu Van der Poel now makes his move. Can anyone answer the Corridon Circus rider? Mathieu Van der Poel sprinting clear. Mathieu Van der Poel is Trentin, shifts his hands up onto the brake levers. This is a perfect finish for Van der Poel. Everything now, we expected him to make this move, and he's going to deliver. Mathieu Van der Poel rides to the top of the climb here in Kendal. Van der Poel takes the stage. Jasper de Boist in second. Clark takes third. Swift, Grandal, Janssen, Van Asbroek are all up there. It looked like Vliegen that was well in position as well. And they said, coming into that the bottom of that climb there, Rob, they could not look around. They were totally cooked, and Van der Poel makes them pay.
What an incredible ride, and look what that's taken out of him. Picked his moments, and well, it all fell into his lap, didn't it?
What an effort you saw. We see him make these efforts on these climbs. That shows how much it takes out of him. Mathieu Van der Poel, he said at the beginning of this race, he's here for stage wins, for the overall, and to prepare for the World Championships. That's how deep he had to go. Rob, take us through this sprint.
Oh, look at that. The 3 leading riders, they only had a limited advantage, didn't they? And then Jumbo-Visma, Clark there in second, but Van der Poel goes from a long way back. And look, Mathieu Trentin in the green jersey. He sees him going, but he cannot respond. Nobody can respond to the strength of this man here.
This is where he comes into his own, the power, the explosive power that you get from cyclocross. And again, this, looking at the way he's riding here, we just said the last couple of days in the big bunch sprints, he just looked like a little bit off. He was getting bumped around a little bit. This finish had his name all over it.
Not quite the top end, not quite the power, especially when you're looking at the likes of Dylan Groenewegen just missing out. But when it goes uphill, he's all over it. The power to weight comes in. Ben Swift there, getting himself up there in the top 4. Clark. But absolutely no doubt about the winner.
Absolutely phenomenal effort there. Jasper de Boist crossing the line there. There's a beautiful slow-mo there of your stage winner, former Dutch national champion. You can see the stripes on the cuffs of his jersey. He has a little look back, driving all the way to the line. Every second counts here in the battle for the general classification. The excitement when it was announced that Mathieu van der Poel was coming here to ride in the Tour of Britain, and he gets his stage victory. And with that as well, that should hand him the green jersey.
Yep, 10-second time bonus. He started the day in third at 11 seconds, but I think there was at least a 1 second gap back to the man there just behind. Taking a drink with his soigneurs and his teammates who have done a superb job for him. Matteo Trentin.
Looks like he's recovered a little bit now after that effort. What a finish. Kendall always delivers a fantastic stage finish, and it does again. There's Matteo Trentin, his team and himself. They did everything they could to try and defend that jersey today. They were on the front throughout what has been a very tough stage. As we said, just under 3,000 meters of climbing throughout today's stage. And Matteo Trentin just potentially losing that jersey, but not by a huge amount. Great finish, steep climb here. Riders still coming in to the line here. Julian Vermotta just crossing the line there, former stage winner.
Yep, not his day today on this very finish line.
What that gamble. Hermans and Galopin they looked, again, there was a risk coming in towards that finish when they just started to look around at each other. There was no way that you could do that. You had to keep the pressure on throughout that one. As soon as Van der Poel closed, you could see that was where he made his move. Big launch pad from Van der Poel. Aerial shots here of Kendall, historic market town, of course, famous for the Kendall mint cake. As you've got to say, that was a mint finish there from Mathieu van der Poel. Crossing that, look at that explosive effort by the Dutchman. Hermans, Shaw and Galopin wrestling their way up the climb. This is him to a T. And we'll think back to that Amstel Gold victory earlier on in the season. And looking at that form, he's come here to ride himself into World Championship winning form. And looking at the way he's riding here, he's riding a lot. He looks again in that group, the way he's riding, he's looking a lot calmer. He's not wasting energy where he doesn't need to. This is what he's having to learn as a rider as he goes through as well. Can't waste your efforts. You've got to choose your moments.
Yeah, you've got to be superbly confident to do that. And I'm just wondering if Matteo Trentin, if he's a little bit of hindsight, might have sat back just a little bit on occasions. But one thing for sure, he is still obviously in the fight. And what he has done, he's taken the pressure now off his teammates, and all the pressure will be on this squad here in the red, white and blue to try and maintain the advantage on this race overall.
Stops his computer as he crossed the line there. And here he comes, his teammates. What a day they had. I mean, you think back earlier on in the day as well, Lasse Norman Hansen, that job that he did on the climbs earlier on in the day. So amazing job by them. Philippe Bauschleben, looks like just coming in, crossing the line there for Corendon Circus. Great crowds again here in Kendall. Look at that. You got like 10 deep here up the finish. Beautiful aerial shots, stunning scenery that we have had again today. Next group coming in, Dylan van Baal, went long. There's Mikael Lander in this group as well. And Jos van Emden is also there. There's Lander riding in. Dylan van Baal, mate, after the stage, wasn't to be today. Russ Downing's joined us again in the commentary box quickly, just to gloat on his stage prediction.
No, not really. I just got called in, but yeah, what a finish that was. How early did he go? And he went deep, eh?
No one could touch him, could they? Absolutely no one.
Absolutely phenomenal sprint finish. Coming into the bottom of that climb, though, there was, well, as soon as Galopan and Hermans started looking at each other, you could see the frustration of Shaw there.
That's the problem that you have, isn't it? When you're a group like that ahead, at some point you're going to start looking for the win rather than just riding for the line itself.
Dylan van Baal there, big effort off the front. Perhaps he's won the combativity prize. We'll see that today. Kendall delivers again here in the Ovo Energy Tour of Britain. A phenomenal stage of victory. Mathieu van der Poel, pretty much everybody's favourite going into the stage today. And he delivers that one after that late attack. Confirmation of your top 10. So Mathieu van der Poel, 3 seconds he opened in that sprint over Jasper de Voist. Simon Clark up there, Ben Swift, Armin Grøndal Jansen, Tom van Ashbrook, Xander Marisa gets in there as well. Ben Herman's hanging on for 8th. Matteo Trentin there in 9th, and Teish Benoot at 3 seconds in 10th. So 10, 6 and 4 seconds for the first 3 riders across the line. Kern Baumann riding in towards the finish for the Jumbo-Visma team. And that delivered absolutely everything that we wanted. We'll see how that affects the general classification. There you have it. After stage 4 here in Kendall, Mathieu van der Poel takes over in the leader's jersey, 1 second ahead of Trentin. Jasper de Voist at 7, Clark now at 14, Turnison at 15, Swift in there at 19 in 6th, level with Armin Grøndal Jansen, Thomas Sprengers from Sport Vlaanderen and Baloise, Niels Pollitt and Andre Amador are your top 10.
A little bit of a change, but certainly the riders who are looking for the win overall, they've got to come from this group pretty much, or not too far behind them. Anybody missing out on the front group today, they can say bye-bye.
And this, again, as this race goes forward, this race a lot of the time can become a battle for those bonus seconds. We have got the time trial. You would say, looking at Van der Poel, perhaps, would you say a stronger time trialist than Trentin?
Possibly, yeah. Over 14 kilometres or so. Yeah, I would say possibly. Yeah, he's got the edge there.
But there's also a big anyone in that group, 19 seconds in that time trial. It's not a, it's closable for riders that are still at sort of 19, 20 seconds. But that there, 3 seconds opening that up on that sprint finish.
Yeah, he went so early and deep, and yeah, what a mint victory that was.
It was indeed, and looking at him as he crossed the line, it just showed again the effort that he had to make and how long it took him to recover. Because sometimes we are used to right across his line, big thumbs up.
Yeah, he was over his bars here, and he ended up knocking his computer off. He was done, you know. He got lactate in legs, arms, and everywhere. So yeah, he went ultra deep.
How much do you think, Rob, that the cyclocross background is helping Mathieu van der Poel in the efforts that he can make here?
It's that sort of effort, isn't it? In the cross, it's obviously a shorter race, but you go deep, you go really into the red. It's a real high intensity, and that's what's showing. It's showing and coming across in his road racing here earlier on in the attack, going really deep. There is no diesel engine on this man here. He's got the youth, obviously, and he's just learning his trade as well on the road. But here, coming from so far back there, the 3 riders out front finally getting caught. and nobody, absolutely nobody could come near him. Simon Clark, the voice, just coming out of the group that Van der Poel went from, but it was like he was launched out of a catapult.
Yeah, Trentin was right on his wheel, could do nothing about it, and then you see Trentin had to slip back in, and then Clark took up the chase. So yeah, he was unbeatable up there today.
And in terms of love, as we said, as you go through a race like this, we were saying way back this morning in terms of where Van der Poel is potentially in his training and his preparation for the Worlds. It's great to see each day, isn't it? You can almost see that form coming back.
Visually see the improvement, can't you?
Yeah, that was a true probably a Yorkshire World Championship circuit there. Just probably double the kilometres, and there you're at. So it shows what he's doing. He's putting in some great big efforts, and yeah, he's not just training here, but yeah, he's looking good.
And what you've seen there, we saw that attack earlier on in the day, and that was what you were saying, Rob, in terms of learning his craft and knowing when. Do you know what? I think he bided his time, didn't he? He sat back, he just let everyone jump around, he kept the team working, was very, very patient, and that's what you've got to learn as a pro. Patience
is key, and it's something that can take quite a while to learn. And he had that little hit out earlier, maybe just a little bit of a test for himself, just to bring himself round, bring the legs round. But ultimately he sat back, and I'm just wondering if Trentin did a little bit too much. Obviously he's got the experience, maybe a little bit overconfident because he had his teammates around him, but he was on the front but also pushing on the front in the last few kilometres, and I'm just wondering how that affected him.
We're going to hear from today's stage winner. Becca Charlton has got Mathieu van der Poel.
Well, you timed that perfectly, and no one could get close, it's fair to say. Can you talk us through that final launched attack?
Yeah, it was a bit of a gamble because I didn't really know where the finish line was, but I got a bit bumped in yesterday at the finish, and I didn't want to happen that again today, so I just went full gas with 300 meters to go, and it was actually a bit far, but I immediately had a gap, and with 100 meters to go, the road was it was a bit easier, so the gap was big enough to keep it until the finish line.
As you say there, we've seen you make some big attacks already this week. How good does it feel for it to pay off and take green as well?
Yeah, it's really nice to win this stage. It was a really, really hard stage, a lot of climbing, and I think my team did it perfect. We controlled the race together with the guys from Matteo Trentin, and then at the end, I think Otto Vergade does an amazing job to get the leaders back just in time for me to do my sprint.
Congratulations, thank you.
Happy days for Mathieu van der Poel, and deserve it his own. Again, that's the thing here, isn't it? When you come into a finish, when you're coming in as a sprint, didn't know where the finish line was. We saw him yesterday, as he said, he had to wrestle his way out to find the gap yesterday. But sometimes, as a rider, you just got to take that risk, haven't you? Go long and hope you can hang on.
Yeah, you see, he knows what his legs and his how much power he can do for certain amounts of time. So, like you say, he went early, but it was the winning move.
And it's his learning curve as well. Got boxed in, learnt from that. Okay, right, I'm not gonna allow that to happen
no
again.
way was he allowing that.
As our next group coming in, Rory Townsend just taking the little sprint there at the top of that one. So big group of riders coming in, and in this situation, strength in numbers, isn't it, in this group? There's your jersey wearers now for going into stage 5. Mathieu van der Poel in green, Matteo Trentin will be in blue, Rory Townsend in red, and Jacob Scott still in that black Skoda King of the Mountains jersey.
And if I'm not mistaken, just in front of him, the big calves of yesterday's winner, Dylan Groenewegen.
So that group is in just over 15 minutes down there.
Yeah, that's not bad, you know. That was a fast running off the last climb. So yeah, they've not just cruised to the finish there. They've pressed on a little bit.
And the thing is, as long as they finish inside the time limit, they're not trying to finish as close to the winner as they can.
We're going to go down now and hear from one of the men of the day, you would say, Team Ineos's Dylan van Baarle with Becca.
How much can you tell us about the team plan for Ineos today?
Yeah, we wanted to make the race hard, attack from the start. Shame we were only with 3. But yeah, I hope the race was hard enough for the other guys.
How tough was it out there today, the fight today?
Yeah, it was really hard because we had the whole day headwind. So yeah, it was not ideal for a three-man breakaway, but yeah, we worked pretty well together. Eddie Dunbar did a really good job. And yeah, I didn't finish it up.
Plenty more stages to go though.
Yeah, for sure. There are some more stages, and yeah, we'll be good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dylan van Baal, they're going to be disappointed with that today, aren't they? They did throw the kitchen sink of tactics at it. It didn't pay off for them. That's bike racing, though.
No, it didn't. They got Ben Swift up there into fourth, just behind Clark, De Boist, who were trying to get in the slipstream of Van der Poel and failing. But yeah, we're halfway through now. We've got the time trial to come, and they were extremely active. And that's the thing. It's their home tour, British team.
Yeah, they had a plan. They went for it, and like he said, he wanted a bigger group to maybe go deeper into the race. And yeah, they had 3 riders, which was tough. I think it was quite windy out there today. I think headwind, crosswind at times, and yeah, that took its toll on them for sure.
Tomorrow's stage, and now the mantle of leadership passes over to Team Corendon Circus. So it's a flatter day tomorrow, just a Category 2 climb, a couple of Category 3 climbs along the route as well. So for Matteo Trentin and Mitchelton Scott, this race isn't over by any means.
No, not at all. And we've got another launch pad right in towards the finish at Birkenhead Park. We've got the final third category climb that tops out with 3.9k to go. So the launch pad, and the way Van der Poel's going, he could actually take off from that.
Yeah, we'll see how that pans out tomorrow. Your stage winner today, onto the podium, Mathieu van der Poel of Team Corendon Circus. The Dutchman delivers here in Kendal, takes the stage victory. All the prizes on the podium. Great to see him here racing on top form, committed to try and win this race overall, as he said, coming into this one. Takes his first stage victory of the week.
From stage winner, we move to the OVO Energy green jersey.
We're going to move on to the presentation for the leader's jersey. What a season Van der Poel is having. Went straight from the cyclocross to the Tour of Antalya. And GP Dinant, Dwarsdorf-Landeren, he won that. Stages in the Circuit de la Sarthe, Brabant-Chapelle, Amstel Gold. Took a break to go off and race his mountain bike. Won some World Cups on his mountain bike. Coming back into racing in the Arctic Race of Norway before here to the OVO Energy Tour of Britain. And now Mathieu van der Poel into the green leader's jersey, but it is just a slender advantage for him in that. We will be back tomorrow. From me, Martin McDonald, Rob Hales and Russ Downing. Bye for now.
Welcome back. The view from the air at the finish here in Kendal, and what an absolute treat of racing. It really had everything. Lone attacks, bridging across, riders exhausted, and then finally that man of the moment, Mathieu van der Poel, taking the win into the Lake District, and with absolute panache. And so what a stylish rider, so strong.
I think this is what I was saying about when the whole stage is so difficult, then the gaps really start to open up. And, you know, it wasn't a lot longer, this finish climb from yesterday, but you could see there was 3 seconds in the gap, and Mathieu van der Poel came across the line emphatically for the win.
So much to chew over. Earlier in today's stage, clearly Team Ineos had a plan. We heard about that from Dylan van Baarle. They rode so strong, but in the end, it was, well, we thought these three were going to make it stick, didn't we? It was Galopin, Hermans and Shaw, but then look at him, like an absolute rocket.
beast mode up beast banks in Kendall. Mathieu van der Poel, no one was going to catch him once he launched that.
Yeah, he knew exactly what he was going to do, and he knew that he could hold probably the highest effort of anyone for the length of the time that he was need to go from the steep part to the line. And, you know, he really is world class and head and shoulders above everybody on this kind of effort.
I was saying to you just before we came back on air there that seeing him this year, okay, he's not that young, I think he's 24, 25, but seeing him this year is reminiscent of when Sagan first came to the fore. This is like a rider who, the likes of which you haven't really seen, because he's just so explosive. He's got everything in his locker.
Yeah, he does. And you think, you know, someone like Sagan, no one's going to be like him again while he's in his absolute heyday. And then someone like Mathieu van der Poel comes along and will absolutely be like him again and will do the kind of things that are only someone this special can achieve.
Look, pro riders know how to suffer on a bike, but he just seems to be able to go so deep. He was giving it his all up the climb there. He had enough energy to get the arms in the air, and then not long after he crossed the line, then the effort dawned on him. He collapsed over the handlebars. The cameras were straight in there to get it, but he really seems to be able to go so deep.
This is the thing I want to kind of point out, from amateur riders or keen club riders to ultimate professionals like this. He is so used to going to the absolute limit and then pushing a little bit more. You know, he's absolutely bent double over his bars across the line because he's taken himself right to the absolute, you know, maximum, and that's something he's quite used to doing and doing all the time, and he's now taken the jersey by 1 second as well.
Just 1 second off Matteo Trentin. Not the greatest day out for him, although his team did do an awful lot of work under the circumstances.
Yeah, and so they should. They have the responsibility. He's still well within, you know, GC standing, so it's all still to play for, and I think it's going to be very exciting next couple of stages.
And here we are. I think this is, who is this coming up to get the Skoda Kingdom Mountain jersey? It is Jacob Scott once again, of course, in our eye line, but there's Van der Poel on the stage, getting the stage win as well. And well, who could deny him? It's great to see him actually getting on the podium this week, because he's shown a little bit of what he's capable of. There were a couple of little nudges earlier in the week that we thought, hang on, he's going to do something, and he didn't. But today he really has.
He really has, yes. I think this might be, you know, something we see a little bit more in the UK over the next couple of weeks, depending on what his form's like and if he can pull it off maybe on a world stage, maybe.
Let's just talk about that sort of last-ditch breakaway of Hermans, Short and Galopin. It looked like it was going to stick, and it was getting a bit longer. Got out to about 24, 25 seconds, something like that.
I felt like if they got past 20 seconds, they had a real genuine chance. Unfortunately, which is always the case, you know, right in the finale, running like that, they started looking at each other. James Shaw was actually demonstrating to the guys to keep coming through, and I think they genuinely could have had a lot better chance, and all three got in the top 10 had they insisted right to the line, but they didn't. They started looking at each other, and then obviously the gap goes.
Yeah, they were really well drilled, actually, weren't they? I think seeing the three of them working together, once Galopin had got away, and then the other two joined him. It was a bit like watching a team pursuit. Okay, one man less than a team pursuit, but it was still, they were working very well together. Similar riding styles, even similar kit, actually. They looked like they were part of the same team.
Yeah, I mean, Galopin went up the road first. He needed about 5Ks on his own. Really difficult road, this one. Lots of up and unders, as you call them, you know, real draggy roads. And then Hermans and Short joined him, and they worked really well together, all very equal turns. And I thought they all pulled very hard and committed to the break, but right up until about 2Ks to go when they started watching each other.
All three tiers of world racing there. AG2 are obviously World Tour, Israel Cycling Academy, Pro Continental, and Swift Pro Carbon are a Continental team. But let's not forget that James Shaw had ridden previously at World Tour level for Lotto Soudal. He'd impressed here a couple of years ago, riding in the service of Andre Greipel. You have to think that maybe James Shaw's going to get snapped up again by the top-tier team for that.
I genuinely feel like he deserves a pro, you know, World Tour contract. He's definitely good enough, as we see Van der Poel here putting on the leader's jersey. But yeah, James Shaw pulled absolute equal turns against two of the very well-respected riders in the World Tour there on the finale of this stage.
Do you think that Van der Poel can keep hold of the green jersey? Because I would imagine the time trial is what stands between him and getting it, keeping it all the way to Manchester.
It's going to be difficult. There are some very good time trialists still between 15 and 19 seconds behind. Well, actually, there's a couple, you know, a bit closer. We'll have to wait and see. You know, he's going to maybe try and go for a few bonus sprints to get a couple of extra seconds buffer. But it'll be very close on time trial, that's for sure.
Does he have the team to help him protect that? And then we've seen Dries de Bont doing very well to get in the breakaway, but Mitchelton Scott, Jumbo-Visma, their teams are so well organised.
I think a simple answer to that is his team is not as strong as Mitchelton Scott. Can they hold it? Probably for a while. Will it be long enough? That's the bit that's going to be exciting to watch.
Let's hear now, though, from the man of the moment, Mathieu van der Poel.
Well, you timed that perfectly, and no one could get close, it's fair to say. Can you talk us through that final launched attack?
Yeah, it was a bit of a gamble because I didn't really know where the finish line was, but I got a bit bumped in yesterday at the finish, and I didn't want to happen that again today, so I just went full gas with 300 meters to go, and it was actually a bit far, but I immediately had a gap, and 100 meters to go, the road was it was a bit easier, so the gap was big enough to keep it until the finish line.
As you say there, we've seen you make some big attacks already this week. How good does it feel for it to pay off and take green as well?
Yeah, it's really nice to win this stage. It was a really, really hard stage, a lot of climbing, and I think my team did it perfect. We controlled the race together with the guys from Matteo Trentin, and then at the end, I think Otto Vergade does an amazing job to get the leaders back just in time for me to do my sprint.
Congratulations, thank you.
Let's just remind people, Janto, phenomenal pedigree. His father, Adrie van der Poel, very successful pro. His grandfather, French pro Raymond Poulador, one of their most storied riders as well. He was meant to do this.
Yeah, and this finish was tailor-made for him. You know, it's the absolute perfect sort of steepness and length, so he just made it count.
Look, don't go away. Stay with us. We're going to go to a short break now, but afterwards we'll hear from some more of the riders, some more reaction to today's phenomenal Queen stage of the OVO Energy Tour of Britain. Yes, mate. Did that. Yeah. Thanks for watching. My words are the most important. No, fair enough, mate. We did that about 5 minutes ago. Okay. No, just to stop talking, thank you. What's in the can? What can we throw to? Sorry, because I was thrown to the stage that I could actually see, and obviously you were going to pre-recorded pictures of Van der Poel being on the podium. No biggie. So what have we got, Rowan? Okay. Who's in the sprint? Is it still the same? Okay. Okay. We should definitely go back to when the race started being animated. Van Baarle getting away, Eddie Dunbar joining him, Van Baarle eventually shaking off Domon from was he AG2R? Yeah, from Domon from AG2R, and then going solo for quite a long time, and then the big names organising themselves. And there were several attacks, weren't there, to try and do something. Okay, we should do that. So we'll go back to if there is picture of when Van Baarle. Cool. It's felt a bit messy, that, sorry. Also, it wasn't clear you were coming to us, literally standing here. Yeah, let's talk about Van Baarle getting away. and with some picture, and then maybe throw to his interview. Yeah, is that okay? It went on the world feed, didn't it? Don't bother. Well, clip, just maybe a short clip. Okay. Can we throw to tomorrow's route? Yeah, okay. Let's stick to that. If we have a short clip. How long's the Van Baal interview at the moment? Okay. Yeah, it's fine. Let's have it. When did he get away?
Literally very early. Yeah, almost. Maybe 5-10 minutes.
That is Kendall, I take it. Stu. What is that? Thank you. Welcome back. Sun shining on Kendall in the Lake District, sun shining on Mathieu van der Poel as well. But Janto, let's go back to early in the race. We had an inkling before they set off this morning that Team Ineos were going to do something. They had to do something, frankly. And so it came to be Dylan van Baarle deciding to get up the road as quickly as possible.
I was quite pleased that they did this because it showed real commitment to making the race hard from the start, which obviously suits them because they've got such a strong team, you know, joined by Dumont here from AG2R. And you know they really persisted hard all the way through the stage. It's such a difficult road, but they made Mitchelton Scott pull really hard right from the off.
And eventually joined as well by Ineos's young Irishman Eddie Dunbar, who really is hard as nails, just to bridge that gap to get to his teammate. And then you're thinking, okay, there's two Team Ineos up the road with an AG2R rider in Domont, and they're going to do something interesting.
I mean, it was, from my view, it was always going to be for Van Baal. He's the strongest out of the two once Eddie Dunbar got here. I mean, it's a phenomenal effort to get up to this group, by the way. And then, he attacked them both to go on solo. It was always going to be a big ask once he was by himself with still 55, 60 Ks to go.
Let's not forget that Van Baal is an overall winner of the Tour of Britain previously. He's won GC here, and he was only 22 when he did it. So a rider with bags of talent. Wasn't meant to be. He eventually he didn't sit up per se, but it was the last categorized climb of the day, and he realized the game was up. And then we saw all the other riders massing, all the big teams massing at the front, and a few little nudges there. But before we talk more about that, let's hear from the young Dutchman himself, Dylan van Baarle.
How much can you tell us about the team plan for Ineos today?
Yeah, we wanted to make the race hard, attack from the start. Shame we were only with 3. But yeah, I hope the race was hard enough for the other guys.
How tough was it out there today, the fight today?
Yeah, it was really hard because we had the whole day headwind. So yeah, it was not ideal for a three-man breakaway, but yeah, we worked pretty well together. Eddie Dunbar did a really good job. And yeah, I didn't finish it off.
Plenty more stages to go though.
Yeah, for sure there are some more stages, and yeah, we'll be good.
Thank you.
There is a headwind every which way you turn in this part of the world, Dylan. I can account for that. We should also mention he is Dutch national time trial champion at the moment. So in a couple of days' time at the Pershore time trial stage, he will be one to watch.
Yeah, he will. And if anyone could have stayed away, he could have. Both good at climbing and at time trialing. But it's testament really to the Mitchelton Scott team who rode so early on and were still pulling really hard turns right into the bottom of the finishing climb.
Look, there is all change at the top of the GC with Van der Poel going up there. No change in the Iceberg Sprints competition. Rory Townsend has had that on and off his shoulders since day one, and nothing changed today. He still gets it back on, still doing the business for his team, getting them up there, Canyon DHB. And it's also the same for Jacob Scott. We'll see him pick up the Skoda King of the Mountains jersey in a minute as well. No change there, but well done to them. It's really good to see at a race like this, Jan. So yes, we've got the big names, we've got the big hitters, the big World Tour teams, But these younger riders from the continental level teams who are doing it week in, week out, in what is, we have to say, a fairly difficult British climate. I don't just mean the weather, I mean the racing situation. It's good to see them up there and getting respect.
Absolutely, and making the most of the big stage they're on here. You know, this is a huge opportunity to show what you've got, you know, be motivated all season to stay in condition and come here and show yourself against the international competition. You know, absolutely any young rider should be very, very keen to be able to do that, and, you know, testament to their commitment all season.
He loses the green jersey, but Matteo Trentin pulls on the Cetaphil points jersey just because he's been one of the most consistent riders at the finish this week. Scant consolation for him. He'd rather be in green. Do you think he can get it back?
Yeah, potentially he can. It will be close. He's only 1 second. You know, that's easy to get back here and there. That's a sprint. He's better at, you know, potentially going for the intermediate sprint. So we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, he'll be trying to get up the road then, will he? He'll be putting some of his lieutenants in the breakaway to try and do something for him.
I think that might get shut down quite quickly by the other teams, but, you know, hey, it's all to play for.
Okay, that's enough about today's racing. Let's look ahead to tomorrow. We head to the Wirral. That is a loop of a route out of Birkenhead Park and back again. Have a look now.
Starting in Birkenhead Park, the riders head south towards Cheshire and the historic walled city of Chester. There are 77 kilometres of racing before the first chance of Skoda King of the Mountains points on the Cat 2 Kelsall Hill. The teams then head back to the Wirral and the first iceberg sprint of the day at Heswall. That's soon followed by another dash on the coast at Hoylake and the first climb up Flaybrick Hill. There's then a loop around the very top of the Wirral Peninsula ahead of the finishing sprint back in Birkenhead Park.
Yeah, my part of the world pretty close to being my home roads, but it is also the home roads of Steve Cummings of Dimension Data. He's from Clatterbridge on the Wirral. Do we think that him and his teammates Mark Renshaw and Bernie Eisel are going to do something finally tomorrow for that man himself, Mark Cavendish?
Well, if there was ever time to do it, tomorrow is the day. Come on, Steve, you can do it.
Yeah, come on. I'm sure they're watching right now on the bus, getting undressed now. I doubt it. But I think, yeah, all eyes on Dimension Data tomorrow. I've got a feeling that Steve Cummings is going to do something a bit special. Okay, that's it from us, from Kendall for now. Thanks very much for watching. Do catch highlights 8 o'clock, ITV4. We'll see you then. Bye-bye. I was waiting for that.
string?
I have no idea.
No idea. I'll go find out. Cheers. Hey, it's not just us. Denk ik niet. Ik zei juist met mijn deur van de voer daar wandelen. Niels, blijkbaar maar de skedoe er wel vanaf. You think all these three in front of one and he came like finish that fast. Matches are good this week. Yeah. I'm a big screen to watch it. This lot now, I'll back it up on deck a little bit. Why the bloody cyclist disappeared? It wasn't mine. Caravans. Alright. Actually, put your 12.
Everything all right?
No.
Everything okay?
Whether they have the
Crazy, wasn't it? It was almost that hard and long it cancelled itself out. It almost made it negative because it was
well, them three went on a suicide mission.
Hey ho! Hey ho! I've got the news feed. Oh, I'm going to do the highlights. I've got the news feed to do. All alright for you, though? Da da da. Da da da. Let's go on. You alright? You okay?
Yeah. I've just been up to see if I can find Tom. We got up there and still couldn't see the team, so.
No? Oh, okay.
That's okay, because I know I'm quite like an elephant's trunk skin. And, that's perfect. Well, I want it to come on and off easy. Just with work and light, and then just use it for dress. That makes sense. Yeah.
It's a ball like with that design.
It'd be just to make it probably bigger rather than smaller.
You'd have to go. I've always forgotten to drive. Well, yeah, someone's got it.
That's on Bob Heels.
Bob, what's that?
You've upset him, I think, about his gears or something. So he thinks he'll just,
Thank you. That's all right, that's brilliant. Thanks for that. That's, yeah, appreciate it. Yeah. 2 weeks ago.
I'm not going with 50 again. It's gone around.
Nobody on talkback.
All right. Oh dear. Yeah, he is. Yeah, I think so. MATHIEU Van VANDER.
Profile pictures just like flying sideways in the air.
Are you gonna post that on Matt? I'll have Matt will come in his pants on that.
Victory in Kendall.
Yeah, he stole that one from you, didn't he? Glad day 4's over. We're on the homeward stretch now. Down the bottom of the hill. Yeah. Turn right and then they're down there.
Tagging stuff from the thing.
Huh?
Tagging stuff from there, just tag ITV.
At ITV4.
ITV4.
Yeah. At Tour of Britain.
At Le Tour de Britain.
Tour de Britannique. He must have gone through close control quickly then.
Yeah. It's like Rob.
Well, you've got to go.
Perfect.
the Absol Gold winner, wins here. Conquering the space in Kendall, your stage winner, Matthew van der Poel. The OVO Energy Trophy and the coveted green jersey of overall race leader for Corendon Circus, your new leader, Matthew van der Poel.
Stage 4 of the OVO Energy Tour of Britain would take the riders 173.2 kilometres from Gateshead, taking in England's northern Pennines through County Durham and Cumbria before a tough uphill finish in the South Lakeland town of Kendal to complete the stage. Going into stage 4, Matteo Trentin had a 7-second advantage over Davide Cimolai, with Mathieu van der Poel sitting third at 11 seconds. Again, the big attacks from the gun. Almost 3,000 metres of climbing on the stage. It would be Dylan van Baarle that eventually got clear for Team Ineos. He was joined at the front by Axel Domont. They went towards the first intermediate sprint of the day in Wickham with 160.7 kilometres to go. Van Baarle rolling through on the front. Domont happy to let him have the points and the bonus seconds. Matteo Trentin in the race leader's green jersey swept up another 1 second in the sprint for third. Team Ineos then sent Eddie Dunbar up the road. He crossed the gap on his own and latched on to the trio just as they started the first King of the Mountains of the day at Snod's Edge. 4.3 kilometres in length, an average gradient of just over 3%, but with maximum gradients of 14. Trentin was looking for some help and allies in the form of Davide Cimolai. Dunbar crested the summit to take the maximum points ahead of Van Baarle, but behind it was the battle between Dries de Bont and Jacob Scott, who was wearing the Skoda King of the Mountains jersey, with de Bont getting the best of his rival on this occasion. On to Bollyhope Common, the second climb of the day. The slope started to bite. Average gradient of 7.8%, but maximum ramps of up to 16.4. Domont went over the top and took the maximum points on the Category 1 climb. There was no respite for the riders on the stage, just a short descent before they started to climb again. De Bont and Scott were battling for the points for fourth place behind, and it would be the Swift Carbon Pro Cycling rider in the leader's jersey that this time got the better of the Corendon Circus man to add to his tally. On to Kirby Stephen for the second sprint of the day. The Breakaway group were building their advantage. They rolled through on formation, Van Baal ahead of Domont and Dunbar. As some of the uncategorized climbs started to bite, it was job done for Dunbar. He took the time and dropped back to the peloton. It was Dylan Van Baal that then distanced Axel Domont. And for the former winner of the Tour of Britain, he was then alone at the head of the race. Was it too far out to hang on to the finish through Sedbergh? And he added another 3 seconds to his tally. He went into the stage 25 seconds down behind Rory Townsend in the Red Iceberg Sprints jersey. Was just edged out for second place by the stage winner from Newcastle, Dylan Groenewegen. On to the final categorised climb of the day at Gawthorpe. A Cat 3, the gap was down, and this is where the race proper started. Gianni Moscon came through to the front for Team Ineos. Mathieu van der Poel was up there. Ben Hermans made his move with Teish Benoot on the wheel. He went over the top and took the points. Pavel Sivakov put in a big dig for Team Ineos from a group that was now slimming down to the contenders for this year's Tour of Britain. The peloton had fractured behind, 25k to go. Sivakov tried again. Armin Grøndal Jansen got onto him. On again, the uncategorized climbs, Mathieu van der Poel made his move, but he was covered strongly. Mitchelton Scott were defending for Matteo Trentin. Tony Galopin of AG2 Arla Mondial was the next rider to try his hand. Galopin would be joined at the head of the race by Ben Hermans of Israel Cycling Academy and James Shaw of the Swift Carbon Pro cycling team. Through 10 kilometres to go, and they were building an almost 30-second advantage over the chase group. Trentin had used up all his teammates in the chase behind. It was now down to the man in the leader's jersey to try and bring things back under control. Within 2 kilometres to go, the steep climb up to the finish. The breakaway was in sight. Turnison led out from Clark, but the move would come in the man in red and white. Mathieu van der Poel, having been boxed in on the sprint up to Grey Street, made no mistake this time, launching his attack with 300 metres to go. And as he saw the line ahead of him, he was stretching his advantage. The man with his eye on the World Championships in Yorkshire in 2 weeks' time. Street clear, and he would open a 3-second advantage over the chasers. Van der Poel take the stage. It was a sprint between Clark and Jasper de Bois for second and third, with Ben Swift, the British champion, up there in fourth. There's where Mathieu van der Poel made his move. A perfect finish for the Dutchman. No one had any answer to the move by the man from Corendon Circus. He had to dig very, very deep to take this stage victory, but he made no mistake. One glance under the arm for Van der Poel. He knew he had it in the bag. The effort on the face of Mathieu van der Poel. Not only a stage victory, but he would take over in the green OVO Energy leader's jersey by a slender margin over Matteo Trentin. The effort of Van der Poel showed, but onto the podium, it was all smiles for the Corendon Circus man on stage 4. Confirmation of your top 10. Mathieu van der Poel takes the stage from Jasper de Bois, Simon Clark, Ben Swift with Grøndal Jansen, Van Asbrook, Marisa, Hermans, Trentin and Benoot, your top 10.
The OVO Energy Trophy and
the new leader's jersey. Mathieu van der Poel takes over at the top, but this race is still very, very tight with 4 stages still to come into Manchester. Mathieu van der Poel now leads Matteo Trentin by 1 second. 7 seconds back to De Bois. Simon Clark at 14. Turnison at 15. Then 19 seconds back to Swift. Grøndal Jansen, Springers, Pollitt and Amador.
few after that one, so just sort of a neutral finish on that one.
Okay.
So it's got points at the top.
Okay. Points top or points jersey?
Whatever comes to mind. As long as it's just sort of moving facts.
Okay. Right. What a finish by Mathieu van der Poel to take the win ahead of Jasper de Boist and Simon Clark. The Dutchman taking the podium in Kendal after the amazing sprint. He also takes over at the top in the general classification by a single second from Matteo Trentin of Mitchelton Scott. The winner of the Amstel Gold Race becoming the third wearer of the OVO Energy green jersey. The previous wearer now just in the blue Cetaphil points jersey. There's no change in the other classifications with Rory Townsend still in red and Jacob Scott still in the Skoda King of the Mountains jersey. I'll do that again because I've got the accent wrong, sorry. There's no change in the other classifications with Rory Townsend still in red and Jacob Scott still in the Skoda King of the Mountains jersey.
One more, but more of a pause in between the end in case it runs in.
Okay. There's no change in the other classifications with Rory Townsend still in red and Jacob Scott still in the Skoda King of the Mountains jersey. And there was no surprise that Dylan van Baal took the day's combativity award. Is that all right?
Oh, can you get me a cup of tea? No cup of tea. I thought he was getting me a cup of tea. Oh man, I'm flipping poop.